think I was going to ask about.
Good evening and welcome to the Bridgewater Township Planning Board meeting for Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, or NJSA 10:4-6. On February 7th, 2024, proper notice was sent to the Courier News and the Star Ledger and filed with the clerk at the Township of Bridgewater and posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building. Please be aware of the Planning Board policy for public hearings. No new applications will be heard after 9:30 p.m., and no new testimony will be taken after 10 p.m. Hearing assistance is available upon request. Accommodation will be made for individuals with a disability pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act, or ADA, provided the individual with a disability provides 48 hours advance notice to the Planning Department Secretary before the public meeting. However, if the individual should require special equipment or services, such as a CART transcriber, 7 days advance notice, excluding weekends and holidays, may be necessary. Would everyone please rise to salute the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Probst, could I have a roll call, please? Here.
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 Here. Thank you, Ms. Probst. Just a quick announcement before we proceed. If you're here this evening for the Haas Julia application, this is an announcement that will be adjourned to the 17th of December, again, 12/17/24 for the Haas Julia application. Okay, at this time, I'd like to open up to any members of the public that wish to address the board on any land use matter that's not on tonight's agenda. Please feel free to come forward at this time. Hearing none, seeing none, we can move along. We don't have any board minutes this evening, but we do have a few applications this evening. And we are going to begin with, that's Chick-fil-A. It's a continuance from 10/15/24, Block 164, Lot 6.05, commonly known as 754 Route 202. Mr. Silbert, I spy you in the room.
Mr. Chairman, could we please start with RI Heritage Inn, if that's okay?
Well, what's the reason? I'm just curious.
We felt that it would probably be a quicker application since it's an amended site plan approval. The application was previously approved back in 2018, and we're seeking minor adjustments to the building footprint. Any relief required in association with this application are improvements to previous variances that were already granted.
Okay, I consider that. If that's the case, however, I'd like to say that I'd be willing to give at least an hour to each applicant this evening if we were to start in that order. I'd like to start with Chick-fil-A, given that it's a continuance. I believe we've gotten through most of the testimony there.
I'm fine with doing that. I just need to switch folders here and switch materials. If that's your preference, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. We don't have any screens on how.
I don't,
Let's just ask Will real quick.
While we're trying to get our electronics set up here, perhaps I can start off, save the board some time with a brief introduction. So good evening, board members, members of the public, board professionals. My name is Michael Silbert from the law firm D. Francesco Bateman, located in Warren Township, New Jersey. I have the privilege of representing the applicant Chick-fil-A, Inc. This is an application for preliminary and final major site plan approval with bulk variance relief to construct a Chick-fil-A restaurant with a drive-through on property identified as Block 165, Lot 6.05, more commonly known as 754 Route 202. The focus of this application, as the board recalls, is on a single pad site within the development, directly east of the Town Center Road entrance to the site from US Route 202. This is the second hearing on this matter. On October 15th, we presented and concluded the operations testimony of John Martinez, Senior Vice President of Development for Chick-fil-A. Since our October 15th hearing, I did want to just go over a few submissions that were made to the board. They were supplemental submissions. So following the October 15th hearing, the applicant submitted supplemental materials in response to the board professionals' joint review memo dated October 9th, 2024. These submissions, all dated November 8th, 2024, include a revised site plan, fire truck turning exhibit, an updated stormwater management report, and an operations and maintenance manual. So these submissions include minor revisions to address comments and clean up details, such as adding the canopy details that we discussed at the last hearing. Other things, we included an additional ADA parking space per Mr. Paps's request at the last hearing. Changes were made to the crosswalk. We also provided the board and the board's professionals with a detailed submission cover letter prepared by Stonefield Engineering. And this cover letter provided responses to each comment in the professional review memo I referenced. Also, after the October 15th hearing, we received a sewer utility memo and that's dated September 26, 2024. Our engineer can address it, but the applicant's prepared to accommodate and comply with all comments in that memo. So to start off, I'll call our first witness, and Mr. Chairman, he's going to have to be sworn in. So our engineer, Zachary Chaplin, was not at the hearing on October 15th, so perhaps we can swear him in. The other witnesses were all sworn in.
Please bring Mr. Chaplin forward.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give in connection with this hearing will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Zachary Chaplin, last name Chaplin, and I'm with the firm Stonefield Engineering and Design, with offices located at 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind putting your academic credentials and your professional background on the record in the field of civil engineering. Does this work too? Yes, it does. I'm sorry.
I don't want to go back.
Yeah, maybe you'll be doing a lot more talking, so this one's probably better.
Sure. So I received my bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Delaware. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the states of New Jersey, New York, and Connecticut. I have worked on over a dozen Chick-fil-A applications in the past 5 or 6 years, and have been accepted as an expert witness by multiple boards throughout the state.
Does the board have any objections to Mr. Chaplin's qualifications?
No objection.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I represented to the board that you were not in attendance at the last hearing. Is that accurate?
Yes, however, I was able to watch the YouTube of the hearing on the township's YouTube website, so I was able to watch the hearing.
Great, great. So you were familiar with Mr. Martinez's questions and the comments from the board. Why don't you start us off by talking about the revised site plan, some of the changes that were made. I don't want to steal your thunder if you have your own outline here. So.
Yeah, sure. I think just to jump in, listening to the testimony from last time, I think Mr. Martinez did a really good job talking about Chick-fil-A's operations, the circulation, how unique it kind of is compared to some of the other fast food tenants out there. So I'll probably stick to more of the engineering and the site plan layout as we dive into it. But kind of from a high level, I think this is a good redevelopment opportunity for both the township and Chick-fil-A. I think that this is a good location and site for Chick-fil-A, probably one of the reasons why it's one of the few locations that actually permits the fast food use. I think we've carefully designed it, like you heard, with a lot of Chick-fil-A's latest and greatest technologies that we're able to implement. I think the fact that we're in a shopping center allows us to use shared parking, which I think is a big advantage. We're seeking very limited relief tonight that I can go through, and I'll also be adding in landscaping around the perimeter that'll be an improvement compared to the existing condition. Just briefly on the existing condition, I'm just going to refer to the exhibit on the screen. This is an aerial exhibit overall. It's dated.
Was this previously marked?
Yeah, so there was a colorized site plan.
It's A1?
Marked A1 at the last hearing.
Yeah, this was not marked to my knowledge, but we can mark it now. This is an overall aerial exhibit prepared by Stonefield Engineering, dated October 14th, 2024. So we can mark this as A2.
So I'm sorry, you called that overhead aerial?
Overall aerial exhibit.
Overall aerial. Okay.
So this is just a Google Earth snapshot of the shopping center. Of course, we front 202. Wegmans and Home Depot are the main anchors. Raymore and Flanagan is the anchor, or is the center to our north. And then to the east of our site is a Verizon store and a Wells Fargo bank. So our site is just east of the signalized intersection. It's the former TGI Fridays. And then just kind of zooming in, and if we want, we can mark this separately, or this can be a 2 of 2, however you prefer.
That was a former Ruby Tuesday? Not a,
Sorry, Ruby Tuesday.
Okay.
Apologies.
One of those days of the week.
Let's make this one A4.
Okay. So this is just an aerial exhibit, no overall, also prepared by Stonefield Engineering, dated October 14, 2024. This is just zooming into our... Exactly. Really what you'll see here is the previous restaurant. You'll note that there were 2 access points into the pad site with parking around the perimeter. I do want to note on here, you'll see that there are a few shade trees to the west and some mature shrubs to the east. All of those are to remain as part of our application. I also want to note that there's about a 5-foot grade change between our site and the Verizon in that green slope area. So that's something that we're not changing. We're keeping those shrubs and that slope change that's there. As we wait for it to load, the next exhibit's going to be a colorized rendering of the latest site plan that was submitted. We can mark this
A5.
A5.
Mr. Peck, was there another exhibit submitted at the last hearing marked A2?
That was the grand opening plan.
Right, okay, so then we can call what we just identified as A2 as the overall aerial exhibit as A3. Is that okay?
Overall aerial is A3, right, the zoomed in aerial is A4, and then we'll call the colorized, latest iteration of the site plan will be A5. So I'm sorry, I'm confused, so A2 is still the grand opening plan, right?
That's correct.
All right.
So this is loading, oh, there we go. So this is just a colorized version of the site plan, and it also shows the landscaping that's there. Under the proposed conditions, the site would be scraped, so the restaurant would be removed. A new 4,989 square foot Chick-fil-A building is proposed. As Mr. Martinez mentioned, there are 2 canopies associated with the building. There's the pickup canopy and the ordering canopy. So the pickup canopy, you can kind of see here in that light yellow tone, that covers the vehicles when they're receiving their food from the team members. And then on the east side of the building, that's where the ordering canopy is. And that's where there are either 2 ordering boards or team members that could take your orders under that easterly canopy. In terms of access, there's one main signalized access point kind of in the center of the shopping center. There's also an ingress only and an ingress only curb cut to the shopping center, but I think most of our activity, and I'll leave this to our traffic engineer, but I think most of the customers will be coming in from that signalized intersection. We have one access point into the site that allows us to maximize the drive-through queue. So customers will be coming in off Town Center Road. They'll make a right turn into our site. They'll have the ability to park in one of the many parking spaces and or continue on to the drive-through. As I mentioned before, once entering the drive-through, they would have their order taken under the ordering canopy. Beyond that, there is a bypass lane all the way to the north. So in the event someone has an emergency or needs to peel out, we do have that third lane that can be used, and then essentially just like a bypass through the parking lot. This isn't super common for Chick-fil-A, but when we have the ability to add it, we do, and it's of course like a nice thing to have for a drive-through. Once they pick up their order under the pickup canopy, the cars would then circulate out the same access point they came in. I think it's worth noting that the drive aisles on site have been oversized to 30 feet, both the westerly drive aisle and the southerly drive aisle, and that's just to make sure that there's really good maneuverability for these customers as they drive through the site. It's also one of the reasons why we do need relief for parking within a front yard, just because we need that oversized drive aisle to kind of help with our maneuverability. There are 43 parking spaces proposed, where 30 are required. We did add that third ADA space at the front of the restaurant as well. There's also one EV space proposed that we'll put in day one. One EV space. As mentioned, we do have the ability to use parking within the shopping center. So we have proposed a sidewalk connection at the northwest corner that will take mostly employees to that Raymore and Flanagan parking lot that they can use. Also, I want to point out that we've been in conversation with DOT. We do have an active application with them, and while it is shown here, we will be providing new sidewalk along the frontage of the Chick-fil-A that will have a pedestrian path to the restaurant as well. There is a trash enclosure proposed at the northwest corner of the site. That location was chosen for two reasons. One, just for easy access for the trash vehicles, and also it's closest to the exit for the team members who bring out the trash. And I know that Mr. Martinez went into kind of how often that occurs in delivery, so I won't get into that. From a stormwater management standpoint, we do meet the green infrastructure requirement by proposing porous pavement. So the parking spaces along the southern end, western and eastern here would be porous pavement, as well as a small portion of the drive-through. This allows us to provide water quality as well as quantity reductions to meet those requirements. If you consider the porous pavement as pervious, the site actually results in a 13% reduction of impervious surfaces. From a lighting standpoint, we're proposing all new LED fixtures. We meet all the township requirements with 20-foot high poles. All the fixtures would be downlit. For our landscape plan, you can kind of see it on the screen. I think it's important to note here, you know, we are noting that we need the variance for shade trees where 27 are required and we're providing 14. There are some reasons to this. I know it was spoken about at the first hearing. The front yard, as much as we'd like to put some trees there, you would lose the visibility to the monument sign. So for that reason, I think we just decided to go with some low shrubs that you'll see on our plan now that we've planted instead. The east side has those mature shrubs that kind of separate the Verizon store from our site. So instead of removing those, we've looked to keep those in place. And then there are a number of shade trees on the west side that we would look to remain. So we're proposing 3 new shade trees on the northeast corner of the site, looking to preserve the ones on the west, and then lots of shrubs, over 150 shrubs throughout the pad site.
And the shrubs that were added to the south of the site, that was added as a direct response to the board's engineer's request?
Might have been a board member's request, but yes, the request at the last hearing. Trying to pull up the architectural plans. It might take a second, but those were submitted, so you should have them in your packet. From an architecture standpoint, I think everyone's probably seen a Chick-fil-A. They do a pretty nice job with their architecture. There's that light and dark brown brick veneer, the 2 tones, and if there's any questions on the architecture, I'd be happy to answer that. From a signage standpoint, Chick-fil-A is not proposing any new monument or pylon signs. So that's partially the reason we're really just limited to the building signage. We are looking for relief where we have 153.5 square feet of building signage, where 100 square feet is the max. But keep in mind that we're proposing signage on 3 sides of the building. So we're looking to essentially show, and you can kind of see it on here, both to 202 and to the shopping center, we would have signage on those 3 sides. I think the signage is modest. If you look at the elevations that we're able to just pop up, I think because we have that 3rd side, that's one of the reasons why we're over that limit. But at the same token, we don't have that pylon or monument sign, so we're hoping that the building signage can help direct people to our store.
I'm sorry, what was the signage permitted and proposed?
It's 100 square feet aggregate for the building mounted signage, where we're at 153.5.
153.5?
Yes.
And if you recall from the last hearing, there was, Mr. Martinez mentioned that there was a welcome to Bridgewater sign that may not have been included in these calculations, and I don't know if the board or the board professionals believe that should count towards the aggregate. So depending on how the board determines that welcome to Bridgewater sign comes into play, it may be for 4 signs, and I think I'd have to ask Mr. Martinez to refresh my memory, but I thought it could be an additional 17 feet for the welcome to Bridgewater sign. But we can flow back to that during our planning testimony.
And then one last thing I just want to bring up that was in the professional's letter. While our building is set back 100.2 feet, our pickup canopy does extend over because there's a column that comes into play. So you'll notice on our site plan that the canopy is 96.3 feet setback. It seems unclear if relief is needed, just based on the township code. We're happy to seek that relief as a conservative measure if we feel it is needed. When looking to push the building and the canopy back, it's a little bit tight just because that back area, we've got our transformer pad, we've got our hot box that New Jersey American Water requires, and there's a bit of a grade change. So we did look to avoid the relief, but after looking at just kind of the constraints that we have in the back of the site, it would be tough to push the building back. So I just want to point that out for the board's benefit.
And Mr. Chaplin, you're asking about whether the township would consider that a variance because you're trying to determine whether or not the canopy is an accessory structure? Correct. Okay. And then did you review the zoning requirements for the M1 zone with respect to accessory structures? If not, that's okay. We can save it for planning. But I just pointed out because if it's an accessory structure, as our planner will testify to, it wouldn't require variance relief. And that's why I'm calling the board and the board's professionals' attention to it. Sorry.
So just to kind of sum up, the plan is generally conforming with the exception of the relief that we just discussed. I think we have a safe and efficient layout. I think Mr. Martinez gave great testimony as to how the circulation, the parking, the drive-through would work. And just with Chick-fil-A's experience and all the successful stores that they have, how this would be able to operate in this location. We've optimized the site, to provide 29 cars in the queue. We have a grand opening plan that can extend that queue if needed. We've increased the landscaping, obviously new LED lighting, but overall I think we have a safe and efficient site layout. And if there's anything I missed, I can answer it.
The only thing that I think that I noticed in the review memo here is just how will snow removal take place on the site?
Yeah, I think where we can, there's some certain landscaped areas, specifically like the northwest corner, the southern area where we can fit it. But once it gets to a point where we can't fit it on site, we would hire somebody to haul it off site.
Point of housekeeping. Sure. We're going to have to relabel the exhibit. Okay. There was an A3, which was a planting exhibit. Okay. So, Nancy, you got that? So the overall aerial that we saw is now A4. The zoomed in aerial is A5. And the latest version of the site plan colorized is A6. So, sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Thank you, Mr. Chaplin. Does the board have any questions regarding the testimony just heard?
Mr. Chairman, I have questions in two areas. One is when we talk about parking and we talk about being able to, park, over by the furniture store. Should we be thinking about parking as people will generally speaking park in the most convenient place, but as long as there's parking, reasonably close that's attractive for people to want to do business there?
I think the parking at the Raymore and Flanagan is specific for employees. We feel comfortable and confident that the 43 spaces would be used for our customers. So it would be the employees, which could be anywhere from 20 to 25 employees that would use the parking over there.
Okay, and that's acceptable to the property management, property ownership?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess given, today's standards, people are typically parking quickly, running in, getting the food in the drive-through lane. Fewer and fewer people are dining in the restaurant.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've seen at the evolution of just using the either the drive-through or the mobile pickup more often.
Okay. I have a series of questions about access and exit from the site. I know you mentioned it, but you're not the traffic expert. So I guess my question, Mr. Silber, is: am I better off waiting to kind of go through the traffic and the traffic flow? Really, I'm more concerned outside of the boundaries of your property, or should I at least air the questions now.
You're welcome to air the question. If I can't answer it, our
All right. Well, I don't want to go too far here, but I have considerable concern, not so much with how people would potentially go from, the main access road into your site. That's a quick right. I'm not terribly concerned about that. What I am definitely concerned about is how people are going to leave your site, because even now, with the relatively little commercial activity that's going on between the Verizon, the bank, there's some other things going on there. Making that turn left can be a challenge. It's not signal controlled. There's already a lot of traffic at certain times leaving the complex due to particularly the Home Depot and Wegmans, although other locations as well. The other thing that I've observed, more now than before, there is an access and an exit point further. I might get my directions wrong, but I believe it's at that point further to the east. So down more like where the Olive Garden is. So perhaps when you're traffic expert, yeah, basically, and there's an entrance and an exit down there, right? Isn't there an entrance? No, maybe there isn't. Okay, I know there's an exit. So I don't know if there is anticipation that people, if they can't make that left because there's a queue, maybe they're going to go to the right and come around, but then they're not going to be able to get going 202 north unless they make a U, and then they're going to get stuck at the traffic light. I'd just like to see a careful explanation, because presumably this site is going to be pretty popular. That's a problem you want to have. And I just want to make sure that the board and anyone here from the audience, our professionals, can certainly be comfortable with how we're going to get at especially at peak times a sizable number of cars on and off this property.
Yeah, I think our traffic engineer will be best suited to answer that.
And Councilman, at the last hearing, you kind of vocalized those concerns, not with cars coming in, but cars leaving. So Mr. Downey, our traffic engineer and expert, is well prepared to address your comments, particularly related to that exit point further to the east, the intersection of Town Center Road and 202.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions?
Yeah, I see here 3 handicap parking. The Ruby Tuesday, I think, had more, and assuming that you will draw more customers than any other restaurants there, because my house is right there, so I see every day there. So are you okay with the only 3 handicap parking?
So the requirement for us is 2. It's 1 when you have 25, and between 25 and 50 is 2. And then after 50 to 75 is 3. So with our 43 spaces, we have 2. We have added a space. I think it comes down to, I think those customers may be using the drive-through as well. I think, like we said, 50% of our customer base isn't even going into the store anymore. So there's a good chance that those accessible customers will be using the drive-through. So I think the extra space was a good idea, and that's why we've added it. I think that it's a good balance between the customer base using the drive-through and having that extra space than what's actually required.
Okay, so obviously, Mr. Barr and everybody else probably they know what minimum thing handicap parking should be there. But okay, somebody will address it. On this A5, or now it is A6. Last time you said that your delivery truck will be coming in at night time, I guess.
Yeah, the
Delivery truck generally comes at night time?
Be overnight.
I mean, after the store is closed?
Correct.
Okay, and then it will be better if you can show something here from how the delivery will be taken into account from the back door. I think last time you mentioned that there's a delivery truck will be coming and deliver to the back door itself after the store is closed. So where exactly, can you point it out? Where
Yeah,
exactly?
sure. So the trucks would pull into the site, and then you'll see here, there's a door at the northwest corner of the building. So we
Oh,
actually
okay.
already put a curb ramp in.
Oh, yeah, yeah, right.
So that you
Okay.
can kind of see it. So they can
Yeah.
just come right through here and basically stage in the parking lot to bring in those deliveries.
Oh, I was thinking on the back side. Sorry.
It's okay.
No problem. Okay, well, for now it is okay. I have to find out what I wrote.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Any other questions? You testified that the impervious coverage on the site, given that there's going to be porous pavement, is going to be actually less than there was previously, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that also lend credence to that? We would imagine that the stormwater collection or the stormwater management would be decreased as well?
I would say that we are reducing peak flow rates and we're enhancing the water quality as a result of our project.
Okay. And I too have questions regarding the traffic management, the queue management specifically. Would that be better left for Mr. Downing? Okay. Okay, any other questions? Mr. Atkins?
Just a question generally about the pavement. So the porous pavement for majority of the parking spots, what are the measures that you guys would have to take during the winter, either to prevent ice or to clear the snow? Because I'd imagine that there'd be a different process for this kind of pavement.
Yeah, I mean, the maintenance vehicles, essentially need to be careful around the porous pavement areas. So there is a stormwater maintenance and operations manual that's been prepared. And essentially that would get, the operator would need to abide by what's in that operations and maintenance manual, specifically to the stormwater measures. And a lot of that has to do with how to maintain that porous pavement, and specifically in the winter months to make sure that like those snow plows and what have you aren't damaging the pavement.
Thank you, Mr. Atkins. I'd like to hear from some of our professionals. Ms. Sarmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a few questions related to that in looking through the stormwater maintenance manual for the porous pavement. We've encountered it before this board in more residential applications, and I think it's now that it's part of the DEP stormwater regs, we're seeing it more and more in portions of commercial parking lots. And if you look through the maintenance manual, it does give you some cause for concern in that it seems like if something goes wrong, if there's even a storm where there's mud, it could severely kind of impact the function of that. And so some of my questions are more related to, I think there's something in the manual that says that some of these actions need to be taken as soon as possible after all the runoff is drained. And can you just give kind of the board an idea of what would happen to the system if mud or sediment is tracked into the surface course and it's not removed? What could happen?
Sure. So there are outlet control structures. There's a couple of fail-safe, so to speak. So there is an under drain in the section. So essentially, we're not relying on infiltration. It basically, the stormwater filters through the porous pavement section. There's an under drain that collects it. That under drain connects to the overall shopping center conveyance system. In the event there's a backup or there's clogging, that stormwater would naturally, on the surface level, make its way to stormwater grates in our outlet structure, and that's tied into the shopping center conveyance network, which I think ultimately ties into this above-ground basin to the west. So there are fail-safe measures just to make sure that the site doesn't flood or pond and what have you. And of course, once that is happening, that's when our maintenance needs to kick into gear and flush out any sort of clogs.
Okay. And there was other kind of following points in there in that maintenance manual that include that it needs to be vacuum cleaned 4 times a year. Who generally is responsible for that, and how is that enforced? Based on the specs of the material being used, who makes sure it's vacuum cleaned at least 4 times a year?
That would be the Chick-fil-A operator,
Okay.
since it's their parking and system.
Okay, and then it says that once annually it has to be tested to make sure it's functioning properly. Who do they report to if it's not? Is that just an internal function that they would then be replacing, or determining if it needs to be replaced based on those tests?
I think it can be the township if the township chooses that, and we're happy to do that. But if not, it obviously would be internal. But if for whatever reason the township wanted a copy of that test, we can certainly provide it.
Okay, thank you. I know there wasn't any engineering testimony at the last meeting, but there were some change. There was a revised plan that was submitted, and can you just go through some of the changes? Some of those changes differ from the review memo that I think Mr. Burr and I had originally prepared. I don't think that they were substantial. When I looked at the revised plans, I didn't see anything that impacted really the impervious coverage and things like that, setbacks. But there were some changes to the location of crosswalks, the circulation out of the drive-through area. Can you just give and the landscaping? Can you give an overview of some of those changes if I missed any?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things we did was add the third ADA space. Another thing we did was we took a look at cars exiting the drive-through, and we kind of restriped that area by the exit, and even put in sort of like a striping along the center line of the roadway as well to help direct those customers in making that turn. So these were all additions to the site plan that was recently submitted. We did add a crosswalk at the southern end of the parking lot, and this was really in anticipation of our sidewalk that we're putting in along the west side. That sidewalk will connect to the shopping center sidewalk and will also connect to the new sidewalk that DOT has requested. In addition to that, we responded to the comments, the landscape comments. We've also added shrubs along the southerly parking row that was talked about at the last hearing. So we've added landscaping, addressed the comments in the letter. I think that should summarize it, unless I missed anything.
Okay, and there was the removal of a crosswalk, a mid-block crosswalk. It seems across the kind of access row, right? Outside
Yeah,
of the pad site.
And I do have the previous rendering. If we wanted to look at both, but yes, we did essentially remove the one that was in the middle. We felt it was better placed now.
Okay, and yeah, there was one closer to the kind of pass-by lane, right, that was removed. One in the mid-block cross outside of the site that connects inside the shopping center. And then can you describe, there's some landscaping that was changed at the back of the building. And there's a difference between the two plans in that regard, in that there's kind of landscaping that looks like it opens up to the back door there. Can you just describe, and previously there was landscaping that kind of closed that area off. Can you just describe what that back area is, kind of how the landscaping changed kind of the function, or if it was intended always to be open?
I think the intention was for it to be open, but I will say that these shrubs are evergreens, because ideally we do want to screen kind of the back of the building, from the drive-through. So I think it's a mix of deciduous and evergreen, kind of like the evergreen further back, and then the more aesthetically pleasing plantings in front. Previously, I think it was a slightly different layout. I think we were a little bit more strategic with our latest plan, with where we put the deciduous shrubs versus the evergreen shrubs.
Okay, and then it was more, I think I was asking less about the species and the type of the shrubs and more about the configuration at the back, that previously it was kind of in a row, where it seems like it blocked off the back of the building. It separated the back of the building from the drive-through lane, and now it kind of has it looks like a pathway that's created from the landscaping. So I just wanted to know if that is intended for employees to maybe walk out the back door and typically in some of the Chick-fil-A operations, as we've heard from the operations testimony and that we've seen in other sites, there's employees that go out and go meet the cars either with an electronic menu, that go to the canopies, that take orders within the lane. I didn't know if that was somewhere that people would be moving out of, and if that was intended for people to be moving. And my question's really directed at, do those shrubs impact any visibility from cars that would be able to see a person coming out of that door, if that's the case?
Are we talking about this gray box here?
There's a gray box and it's around, is that the gray box, is it
So
the utility box?
The intention is that's going to be the hot box
Oh, okay,
that New Jersey American Water is going to require, so
Okay.
we've added that in. The employees are going to be mostly coming out of the pickup area where those doors are located.
yes.
If they come out of this door, they would come, via this curb cut here. There is no intention for them to walk through this landscape.
Okay, understood, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that kind of back of the building change was put on the record.
Yep.
I think that's all I have for this witness. To Mr. Burr.
Thank you, Ms. Sermon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple questions. So you gave an overview of some of the plan revisions that were made. I think we heard earlier that you submitted a response letter. Was there anything in our joint memo that you were not able to address? Are there any outstanding issues that you're aware of?
Not to my
A more technical review? Okay. As far as drainage is concerned, we heard a little bit about the porous pavement, porous concrete. I think there's a mix of both that is proposed. As far as roof runoff is concerned for the actual building, just describe for us briefly how that is going to be managed.
So the roof runoff actually is going to be collected, and it's going to actually get tied into the stone section of the porous pavement, and then that'll make its way into an outlet structure and ultimately the conveyance system that leaves the site.
Okay, so that will definitely be managed on site? Yes. Okay. And is there any runoff from the new development that's going to leave unmanaged or undetained, or will all be captured within the proposed or existing stormwater facilities on site?
It's all getting captured,
Okay.
namely because 202 is a bit higher than us, so everything's kind of sloping into the site.
Okay.
We're essentially collecting everything within our footprint.
Okay. So in terms of maintenance, you heard a few questions, comments from board members as well as Ms. Sarmad. It's a big deal, obviously, and I, on behalf of the township, every year need to certify to the state that all stormwater facilities are being properly maintained, both public facilities as well as private. So if this application's approved, I would assume that your client would agree to a condition where you provide me with a certification by the end of every year, so that come May, I can provide my certification to the state. You'll be willing to certify that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good. As far as the sidewalk, some of the pedestrian access around the site, back to what was just discussed previously with Ms. Sarmad, there's a new crosswalk that leaves the site, I guess, in the westerly portion of the property near the intersection with Town Center Road. And that crosswalk then leads to the parking lot by Raymore and Flanagan, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
There will be a sidewalk extended, is that correct, to the parking lot, and a space will be striped for pedestrian access? That's what the plan entails? Okay. And you had mentioned along those lines that, maybe I misheard you, but is there a new sidewalk? Did you mention a new sidewalk that has to be installed because DOT requested it?
Yes, just
Fill us in on
along the
that.
Chick-fil-A frontage.
Along the Chick-fil-A frontage of,
202.
oh, so that's not been reflected on your plans yet? Okay. So you already submitted to DOT. That was going to be one of my other questions. So you submitted to DOT, they offered comments back?
Yes.
Was there anything substantial negatively impacting this proposal, or was it more minor details?
I would say minor details, but I would also say Mr. Downey could provide more background to that.
Okay, perfect. A couple more, and then I'll be done here. So you touched on the dumpster location near the entrance driveway to the site, and your opinion was that's the best location in terms of circulation and such. From an aesthetic point of view, however, it's front and center to that main driveway off of 202, 206. Is there anything that can be done or that's proposed to try to screen that break up the view of that dumpster enclosure? Can there be some plantings added? I don't know if, I didn't look at the detail close enough, but is the enclosure made of some type of aesthetically pleasing material?
Yeah, it's a block enclosure that'll match the building.
Okay.
And we are screening it, but we can look to even enhance that further from what's already on the plans.
Okay.
So we would agree to enhance screening to your satisfaction, Mr. Burr.
Okay.
It's a condition of approval.
In the rear of the proposed Chick-fil-A, there's a bypass lane. And I think that bypass lane existed previously, but quite honestly, I don't recall the purpose of it because it just opens up to the extreme rear for a short distance. Can you remind us what that's for or why that's proposed?
It's really just in the event, if someone's in the drive-through queue and all of a sudden there's an emergency and they have to get out, there's an extra lane to have that ability to be able to escape. And then there is, you can kind of see it if you look closely, but like an exit lane that peels off of that lane. So again, it's just in that event, you get, accidentally stuck in line, like let's just say you enter the drive-through and you didn't mean to, you kind of have a way to get out before circulating the entire thing.
Okay, so there is, I see that. So there is an access point from that bypass lane. Okay. And in the prior version, as the two drive-through lanes traverse around the building to the westerly side of the building, in the prior version, both lanes came down to the parking lot fronting 202. In the latest revision, it looks like those two lanes converge down to one lane directly adjacent to the building. Why was that change made?
I think just looking at it more closely, we wanted to make sure that vehicles leaving the drive-through, when they turned out of the drive-through, that they were kind of further away so as to not impact the opposing direction of travel. So by kind of like guiding vehicles more east, they have just an easier turning movement leaving the drive-through lane.
And the narrowed portion of the exit is only going to be striped. It's not going to be a physical, it's not going to be curbed.
Correct.
Okay. And along those lines, the fire marshal, I think you provided some truck turning movements, but the fire official requested to see how the largest fire truck would be able to navigate the site. And I see on your plan, you show a fire truck entering the site, coming around to the front of the building, but then needing to back out from there. So is that to say that the way this is designed, a fire truck would not have 360-degree access around the building?
Yeah, it wouldn't. It wouldn't have the height clearance to,
Is that the limiting factor, the height of the canopies, or do the radii around the building not work? Do you know?
I think the canopies is the main factor. I'd have to check to see if the radius is also a factor.
Okay. And last question is the landscaping. Actually, you already touched on the landscaping. The lighting. I think at the prior meeting, we had discussed lighting, and at closure time, are the lights going to be dimmed? Can you just confirm that? So I forget if it's 10 p.m. Is it 10 p.m. closure?
10 p.m.
So would there be any issue with, say, by 11 p.m., an hour after closure, all the on-site lighting would be dimmed to an appropriate just security level?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Any other questions from the board? At this time, if any members of the public would wish to ask questions regarding Mr. Chaplin's testimony, please feel free to come forward at this time. Seeing none, that closes the public portion for this witness.
Mr. Chairman, could I just have 30 seconds before I call my next witness? I just
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Silva.
got the welcome to Bridgewater sign very quickly.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one more question? Can I ask one more question of the witness?
Sure, Ms. Sarmed.
Sorry about that. I apologize. In looking for the refuse enclosure detail on the site plan, I couldn't find one. So that's going to be something we're going to request to add to the plans. Or if I just can't find it, then just point us in the right direction. There's something unusual about the backside of the trash enclosure along Town Center Drive. Can you just describe what that additional box behind the refuse enclosure is that has a door, it appears?
Sure. So that's actually a storage shed. Chick-fil-A typically likes to have that there just to store extra equipment, separate from the trash enclosure.
Okay, and is it going to blend in with the trash enclosure?
Yes.
Okay. Same height, same
Yeah.
material?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're ready to proceed forward with our traffic engineer, if that's okay.
Please feel free to bring him forward.
Was he previously sworn?
I believe I was, yes.
If you could, just state and spell your name again for the record.
Sure. Patrick Downey, Downey.
Mr. Downey, if you could, please place your educational background and professional credentials as a professional engineer and traffic expert.
Sure. So I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey as well as Pennsylvania. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering from Rowan University, certified professional traffic operations engineer. I've testified before dozens of other land use boards throughout New Jersey in the field of traffic engineering.
Your license is still in?
Yes, it is. Good standing.
Does the board have any objections to Mr. Downey's qualifications? Please proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So Mr. Downey, you heard some of the comments from the last hearing. You were in attendance at the last hearing, and you obviously heard some of the comments tonight. You've prepared a traffic study for a major access application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you mind just kind of diving into what you looked at and observed on the site? You've been to the property before,
I have, yes.
so why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've observed, existing conditions, and we can get into the proposal here.
So we're really charged with two things as the traffic engineer on the application. One is to review traffic impact to the adjacent roadway network, and one, two, is ensure the internal site circulation, parking, drive-through configuration is acceptable. So I'll start outward and work my way in. As you know, and as you've heard before in the prior testimony, we're in a fully developed existing shopping center. We're really just repurposing one pad site fronting 202. The existing access configuration is fairly robust. We have a serious signalized intersection providing full movement access. We also have a supplemental unsignalized right turn ingress driveway to the shopping center to the west of the screen, and a right out unsignalized driveway to the east closer to the Chick-fil-A building itself. There's no proposed driveway modifications as part of this project. So in terms of vehicular access, there's really no change. But as you've heard before, in terms of pedestrian access, which is also something we consider is being improved fairly significantly, based on feedback from DOT, sidewalks being added for the Chick-fil-A parcel along both 202 and Town Center Road. That also provides connectivity both to the traffic signal, which has some new crosswalks recently installed by DOT, as well as to the rainwater flag and parking lot to the north, which provides the ability to have employees park there and leave our most desirable parking spaces close to the building open for customers. There is a new New Jersey DOT access permit required for this application, simply triggered by the change in use on a project that fronts the state highway. We had a pre-application meeting with DOT. We've submitted our application and received one round of comments. There was really nothing significant in it from their perspective. Again, it's about as simple as an application as you could get, being that there's no driveway modifications on its existing fully developed shopping center. Moving on to the traffic study that was submitted as part of the application, really to review traffic impacts to the adjacent roadway network. It's kind of a two-step process. First, we look at the traffic to be generated by this new proposed development. That's projected utilizing the NJDOT accepted rates. Those are adopted from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is the industry standard for trip generation projections. A couple things that are important to note. Number one, it's not an increase over vacant land. There is an existing restaurant developed on the site currently, although it is currently vacant. It's also located within a shopping center, which provides some advantages. You've heard already, shared parking is an ability for this site. There's also a factor called internal capture, essentially meaning that some of the Chick-fil-A customers are coming from the other uses within the site, both other patrons of other stores, employees, and vice versa. Additionally, the nature of a fast food restaurant, quick service restaurant like this, it's a convenience-based use. A large share of the traffic to be generated by a use like this is what's known as pass-by trips. Those are trips that are already on the adjacent roads that choose to drop in, make a purchase, and continue on their way between home and work, things of that nature. It's not all new traffic to the roadway network itself. Next up, we conduct existing traffic counts to establish existing baseline conditions along the highway, and then analyze the operation of the driveway intersections in the before and after conditions to assess the differences. Because this is subject to DOT review and approval, we're actually held to their a little bit more strict level of service degradation criteria, essentially meaning you can only degrade things so far but before you need to make some improvements. As is documented in the traffic study, we analyzed all three driveways, and their criteria is satisfied at all three. A little bit more specifically, at the signalized intersection itself, we actually identified a signal timing improvement, essentially changing the timing of the light to provide a little bit more priority to Town Center Road to make it easier to exit the site, not just for Chick-fil-A customers, but for the center as a whole. With those improvements, it's actually going to show reduced delays on that exiting approach compared to the no-build condition. So even with the additional traffic from Chick-fil-A, it's more efficient to exit the site in the proposed condition based on those improvements. So altogether, it's our professional opinion that that traffic study more than demonstrates there's not a significant traffic impact to the adjacent roadway network from this particular project. This report, in addition to being submitted here, has been submitted to DOT and was part of their review. Essentially, no comments were generated from DOT's Division of Traffic Engineering on that report. Their only substantive comment was requesting a signal timing directive showing how this new timing that we identified would be implemented at the intersection.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a question on this point? It sounds like a very good solution for people leaving the shopping complex, but there's only so much air in the balloon, right? So it has to, shift somewhere else. Does that run the risk of, for lack of a better phrase, aggravating every other turn and traffic going just straight through 202 or in either direction and all the other turning movements?
It's a great question. You hit the nail on the head. There's only so much time in a given hour to distribute between the various approaches. In this particular case, it wasn't so much that we were taking seconds of green time away from 202 to improve the driveway. In this particular case, we were actually improving, we're going to get real technical here, it's called the vehicle extension. Essentially what it means is how far spaced can cars be before the signal determines there's no one else coming to initiate a red light with priority back to 202. In essence, it allows, as long as there is continued demand on the Town Center Road approach, it will just allow it to stay green a little bit more efficiently. The net result is, in any given peak hour, there will be a little bit more green time allocated to Town Center Road, and that's why, that's why the results improve for that approach. So the result is some fewer seconds of green time to 202, but it's all within DOT's level of service criteria. Their priority is obviously to make sure that the highway continues to flow efficiently. They would not allow us to, make it significantly worse on 202.
So is it accurate to say it would be different than today, clearly, but still within a standard to make all the other motions within acceptable range?
Correct. To the average driver, it would be an imperceptible difference.
Okay, and the reason I ask this question, and the reason I ask all these questions, is out of a genuine concern about building something that's going to be successful, it's going to be safe, and my concern around changing the timing on that light, we're all from New Jersey, we're all a little impatient. If people realize, oh, that's a quick light, if I don't make it, I'm going to be waiting longer. That can sometimes create aggressive behaviors. That can sometimes, then create danger, and then can create, just create problems.
Agreed. Their chief charge as the DOT is to make sure their highway system flows efficiently and safely. It's an important part of what we look at too, just as an engineer. We have a responsibility to consider those factors. I will say these signal timing adjustments we're talking about are fairly minor. It's not, a night and day shift here. A couple seconds over the course of an hour trying to process hundreds of vehicles, it does add up to a more efficient flow without really changing the character of the intersection.
Okay. But even a couple seconds gets a few more cars through the part of the intersection that we're concerned about here.
True, right, but on a green, the proper time to be going. Correct.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Follow-up
On that point, sure.
Yeah. So you mentioned the adjustment is basically done. Yeah, adjustment is basically done for the peak hours, not all the time, because those are, I don't think it is dynamic traffic light.
Yeah, so there's different time of day plans for the intersection depending on the day of the week, the hours of each day. There are several that DOT implements because traffic patterns are different in the morning than they are in the evening, and different on Saturdays and Sundays. So we did tweak, the ones that were in the critical peak hours.
Right.
Which DOT considers to be the morning commuting peak, evening commuting peak, and Saturday midday, shopping peak.
But that is not only for Chick-fil-A, like you said, it is for entire shopping centers.
And, for this traffic study and everyone you see, we're analyzing the worst hours of the week, right?
Right.
The worst case scenario that there is. The other hours of the week, other hours of the day are significantly better. So while each approach to the signal might be allotted up to, I'll make up a number, up to 30 seconds of green time if it needs it, during off-peak hours, it simply won't need it, and that green time just reverts to 202. It's not going to, arbitrarily give green to approaches for longer than they need it during the lower volume times.
I have a follow-up question, actually, what Councilman previously asked, probably you heard about it, the exit one. Well, I always use the exit that way, but even though I know that there is another exit there, bypass exit, I hardly use that one, and nobody use actually. Hardly I see one or two cars used it. So how you're going to, just give me your expertise point of view, how you're going to basically control the exit one, because that's really a dangerous exit on, to the town center road while coming out. That actually many people miss it because there's a one lane coming this way and two lane going this way. So basically, it's actually 3 lanes. So how, as an expert, how you're going to basically control that exit from the center, from the Chick-fil-A or basically that road?
Sure. So there's a couple of things to consider there. Number one, DOT actually has criteria for how far back the first internal drive aisle intersection should be from the state highway. Their requirement's fairly low. It's only about 50 feet, enough for 2 vehicles to queue. Based on the significant nature of this intersection, this one's close to 200 feet. I think it's about 190. So they're stacking for 7 to 8 vehicles per lane from the signal before you even reach this intersection. During the peak times, if it ever does back up through the intersection, The benefit here is that that queue is being generated at a traffic signal, which then gives the green light to that approach. So it's not a static queue, it's a queue that then gets to clear every minute, 2 minutes, whatever the signal timing is at that particular time of day. And that leaves a gap that then the vehicles exiting all the sites, including Chick-fil-A, can then turn into and fill up. Lastly, I'll note at this particular intersection, because there's the 2 left turn lanes and the 1 right turn lane, that right turn lane actually has a little bit higher, demand on it since it doesn't have 2 to distribute it. Right turns out are the movement that our particular location's a little bit better equipped to handle because we have the right out driveway more closely located to this particular pad. So if it ever is at the point where any customer, perhaps you, finds it too inconvenient to wait to turn out to Town Center Road to make a right out to 202 South, you have the easy fallback option of using the unsignalized driveway.
Well, I will see it once you build it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a couple questions on these points. So how are these projections determined? Do you monitor the actual traffic flow of the site, or are these based on some kind of generic algorithm?
So I guess combination of factors. In terms of the existing traffic on the roads, that we actually go out and count what is there in the existing condition. For the proposed Chick-fil-A, it obviously doesn't exist yet, but the DOT rates and the ITE rates that they are based on is based upon counts at other fast food restaurants with drive-throughs aggregated to create rates based on, the size of the location.
Okay. And so what will be the difference in peak traffic volume between the former occupant and your projections?
I don't have that number specifically. I would say Chick-fil-A is obviously higher, right? It's a bit smaller of a building, but it's a higher generating use, which it ought to be, being a more convenience-based use. As far as DOT projections go, we're actually fairly conservative in this report in terms of what that difference will be. DOT allows sit-down restaurants to be lumped together in square footage with an overall shopping center, which generates at a little bit lower rate. They do not allow us to do that for use with a drive-through. We actually have to break that out as a separate calculation, which gives the numbers a little bit higher. So it's a bit apples to oranges, resulting in an even greater difference than is probably realistic.
So if you had to give an estimate, I mean, how many cars per hour does this look like?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
If you had to give some kind of estimate.
For what this
The difference.
generates. So I'll give you 3. So morning, evening, Saturday peak hours. In terms of total trips, 255, 257, 276. So between 250 and 300 trips. I'll note a trip in traffic engineering is a one-way ticket. So if you come in and then come out, that's 2 trips. So for roughly 260 trips, that's about 130, 150 customers.
And that's the difference, or are these the projections?
The Chick-fil-A of its own right using DOT rates.
Okay.
It would be less than that in terms of difference. I just don't have that specific number.
And then just a couple other, I guess, miscellaneous questions. What purpose does the sidewalk on 202 serve? I understand if it comes on the western side and goes down to a section, a crosswalk to the other side of the parking lot. But I guess just specifically that extension on 202?
Yeah, that's a great question. You're saying that the sidewalk along the 202 frontage?
Yes.
At the moment, not a whole lot. The most important part that's being constructed as part of this project is the sidewalk connection from the intersection, which DOT recently improved, to our building. So there's a safe path for those pedestrians. DOT's policy more and more is becoming to build your stretch of sidewalk so that over time, as different redevelopments happen, eventually there's a contiguous sidewalk network. But for the moment, it doesn't really go anywhere.
Okay. And just one other thing. I guess the exit, I guess when you're going 202 south, the exit that you'd reach before getting to the Town Center Road intersection, and then the entrance to the Wegmans parking lot, would it be beneficial or feasible possibly to reverse one of those to divert the traffic flow? Is that anything that you looked at?
The directions of those driveways. That's not something we really considered. I will say early on, we did look at the potential of turning the exit-only driveway closer to us to an entrance and an exit, so you can make the right in prior to the signal. But as you would figure, the right in isn't really the movement that has any trouble. It's getting out that's a little more challenging. So it didn't show a whole lot of benefit. I think for our particular location and our project, having that as the existing right out is actually more beneficial because getting out is what needs a little bit of help.
Thank you.
Councilman Kearse, did you have any follow-up?
Yeah, I'm satisfied with the conversation about the traffic light. I'm still interested in your insights into what you expect the real driver behavior to be. And yeah, I guess it depends on which way you want to go. If you're leaving your site and you want to, I hope I get my directions right. You want to come toward the circle, so you want to go on 202 North. You really have no choice but to, go back to Town Center Road. Otherwise, there'd be U-turns, there'd be all kinds of crazy stuff. I guess I'd like some conversation about the queuing that's likely, I guess I'll say behind your building along, I guess it's an unnamed road, and how that left turn, could become problematic, and then people get frustrated, and then, cars don't necessarily yield to each other. So, I guess, I'm concerned about that movement, which will then lead to having to make the left from that unnamed road to Town Center Road, which is not terrific. Even if you adjust the timing at the traffic light, it's a rough spot. And then I guess I'm also interested in your look at this site and your guidance on how many people who are continuing 202 South might over time realize, wait a minute, I can make this right, make another right. Well, shoot, I'm going to hit the traffic light, but I guess I'd hit the traffic light either way. I guess I'm just interested in your expectation of human behavior here, and I want to just take a step back and state, I'm sure nobody wants these traffic movements to be more successful than Chick-fil-A. Because if this turns out to be not that successful and a pain in the rear for people to come in and out of this site, the location is not going to be nearly as successful. So I ask these questions from the standpoint of safety, from the standpoint of our motoring public, understanding that Chick-fil-A likely has the same or even more concern than I have. So if I could just. And I don't know if there's a precise answer until you build it, but I would like your guidance, particularly on the left situation, as well as your assessment of whether people who are continuing on to 202 South are going to over time realize, wait a minute, let me just it's a few more feet, but let me loop this way and avoid a little bit of the log jam.
Yeah, I can definitely address that. And while the traffic study, by its very nature is very technical, it's very numbers-based, the root of it is driver behavior. Chief among those factors being that, by and large, customers are going to choose to follow the path of least resistance, right? It's water. It's going to take the easiest path to get from A to B. If you want to go back to 202 North, the easiest solution is to make the left out of our site, left onto Town Center Road, and use the signal. There's 2 left turn lanes provided to make that left turn movement for a reason, because that's the way to get all of the shopping center traffic, including Chick-fil-A, out of the site. During the peak times, if the queues from the signal are backing up past that location, it's not indefinite. The green light does alleviate that and allow the queue to clear to provide space for you to turn into. So while there might be a period of waiting at the internal intersection before you get to Town Center Road, it's only a matter of time until the light goes green to Town Center Road and gives you room to turn into. It's also a bit easier to turn into the Town Center Road approach to make the left at the signal, because those are the closer lanes to you. It's the ones you naturally turn into. It would be a little more difficult to turn into the right turn lane to exit to 202 South, because you need to go across 2 lanes to the 3rd lane. Right here is where I'm starting. In terms of the right turns out of the site to use the unsignalized driveway, I think, to your point, the more customers figure that out, the better. It's essentially a pressure release valve for the signal. And when it comes to the point where that is the more convenient option for customers, some of them are going to choose to use it.
So let me ask you this, because I know we've all figured out our shortcuts and long cuts in this complex as it is, and what works and what doesn't work. Would you expect any number of people, any significant number of people, to like, you make the right out onto that unnamed road. You then would make the left. You go down by the furniture store. You kind of loop around so that you have an easier time getting to Town Center Road, even though it's more circuitous. Is that a logical behavior that people might adopt? Essentially to avoid that left, I'm going to make a right and kind of loop around, but then I'm going to have a better shot of getting out of here because I'm not going to get stuck at that gridlocked spot.
It's a possibility. I don't find it all that likely. Just given driver behavior, that's quite a circuitous way out of your way, but certainly an option available to them. I
Okay.
think that might be a little more used, let's say, for the employees. Say there's a shift change or something at a peak time. They're parked over in the Raymore and Flanagan parking lot to begin with. So for them, it's a much easier choice to go a little bit further upstream to access Town Center Road for sure. But for customers in our pad, it may happen, but I don't think it's going to be very frequent.
Well, and then I guess, over time people will realize, for the person or the family that's going to the Home Depot and they're going to Chick-fil-A, they're going to figure out which movement is easier. Do I eat first and then I go to Home Depot, or I go to Home Depot first and then I get lunch? Right? I mean, that, is that what likely develops over time?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something I do, just as a, someone driving around hitting two uses in the same center or even not.
Okay.
Hit the gas station is easier, whether it's going to work or from homework.
Yeah, and this is a little bit adjacent, but again, this is through the lens of, I'm sure Chick-fil-A wants this traffic situation to be wildly successful. Is there any insight into whether or not there are time peaks at the Verizon store?
You're saying like an overlap in peak times between the
Obviously mealtime, that's when people go to Chick-fil-A.
Right.
And I know they've extended the meal times, and that's certainly a testament to their success. Is there such thing as a peak time or a non-peak time at like a Verizon store?
There may be. I would expect, like most, freestanding retail, it's probably the evening when people are off of work, or Saturday when there's a lot more shopping happening. So there may be some overlap with the Chick-fil-A time. I would say the overall volume there is going to be notably less than what Chick-fil-A generates. I don't see any real concern between overlap of those two. There's really an overlap between lots of the uses in the site that are retail in nature.
Okay. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Downey, did you have any further testimony?
I had a little bit just kind of internal to the site, specific to the drive-through.
I have a few questions, but if you'd like to go ahead and finish, please feel free.
Whatever you prefer. Either way.
Please feel.
I won't belabor the point on parking. As you heard before, we have compliant parking count with additional provision for the employees to the north, which leaves the most effective parking spaces open for the customers. In terms of the drive-through specifically, I want to highlight two things. Number one is the actual design of it. Number two is the size. First being the design, it's becoming a little bit more common in the quick serve industry to have two drive-through lanes at an ordering point that then merge to one for pickup. This is a little bit unique to Chick-fil-A, at least for now, with the dual fulfillment model, where instead of a traditional drive-through window, there's a door that allows the team members to actually walk out and deliver food to two cars at once. What they've found since really COVID, when this was being tested, is that it's a lot more efficient, handles the queue better, actually helps them exit the site and keeps queues at a manageable level. When you look at research counts that have been done at other Chick-fil-A restaurants around New Jersey, some of which have one lane, some have two, et cetera, the average queue we've seen at peak times is 27 vehicles, whereas this site can stack 29 just in the formal concrete drive-through lanes. We've actually recently collected some new data at specifically stores that have this model of dual fulfillment lanes. It's a little bit more efficient, and as you would expect, the queues are even less. We're seeing an average PQ of about 20 vehicles, so almost a third less. So while this can stack 29, we believe it's more than sufficient just within the formal drive-through lanes to stack the demand that's expected, not even taking into consideration additional overflow that is available within our parking lot drive aisles if absolutely necessary. Last, I'll just touch on loading. I believe it was mentioned at the last meeting, but it bears repeating. The deliveries from tractor trailers are overnight. That's by design. That's a Chick-fil-A standard. They don't want it interfering with on-site circulation, and at that time, the tractor trailers have free reign of the site. That's why there's no formal striped loading space proposed. That's really all I had. Thank you.
We talked a lot about the traffic impact on the road network adjacent to the site. We talked a bit about it in the internal site, but I'm a bit concerned about the impact on the site itself, right? I recently visited the location in Flemington on 202. And mind you, it's a different site, different operation completely, but I was able to see the dual lane drive-through, I think, in action, right? And mind you, I believe it's probably not completely completed yet as far as the traffic management goes over there, but I found it a bit exhausting. And maybe you could clear this up for me a bit, but at that location, there's an entrance, and I believe there's an entrance, and there's also an egress. There's two ways in and out of that site. You talk about the behavior, or Councilman Kurz talked about behavior of the consumer. Would you say this is a change in the company's operations after post-COVID?
I think it was already in the pipeline being tested prior to COVID. Certainly not a direct response, but from what I understand anecdotally, the stores that were already set up testing this were able to handle the influx of traffic they had when fast food options were sort of people's only option.
And I say this because I've had the opportunity to see that site before it was the dual lane drive-through and now afterwards. And you could definitely feel as though it's very much a drive-through experience. So for example, that day I drove in, I parked the car, I did not use the drive-through, but there was definitely a lot of traffic internally on that site as far as the drive-through goes, right? So it definitely felt like a drive-through experience. I'm just curious, looking at this site, is a different site altogether, so we're going to focus on here. But was there any reason why an additional exit point wasn't considered, especially given the fact that there's quite a few vehicles on the site at one time, at its busiest, at its peak? There are probably quite a few vehicles more in this one smaller site than there is on some of the other sites that are on this greater Bridgewater Center area.
Sure. I would say in terms of the ability to add a second point of access to this pad specifically from the internal shopping center roadway network, we're a bit limited simply by the nature of the drive-through. You obviously can't have access punching through that, and that takes up 3 sides of the building. So when you locate the building, what we feel is the optimal position in terms of drive-through stacking really only leaves one option. I will say compared to a standalone site, let's say an independently developed Chick-fil-A on a state highway, you may be more inclined to look for additional points of ingress and egress, simply just to disperse the activity. In this particular location, while the pad has one access point, it's to a fairly low-volume internal access aisle in a shopping center that then provides access to multiple points of ingress and egress. So I think the intent of that is still sort of provided.
I believe you answered the question before, but forgive me if you did. Board engineer, Mr. Burr, asked why those 2 lanes were limited down to 1 ultimately on the exit. Is that because of a traffic control situation, to relieve the queue, so to speak?
Yeah, it really comes down to efficiency. For this particular location, anyone coming out of the drive-through is turning right. In some other designs, that's not always the case. Sometimes that bottom drive aisle continues to additional locations, and you might have rights and lefts, where having 2 separate lanes actually provides a little bit more benefit. We don't really need that here because everyone's going the same direction. Additionally, just based on the nature of the site layout, the person exiting the drive-through needs to make a right and then another right. So in total, it's 180 degrees of turn. We wanted that to be the smoothest possible radius possible. So by guiding the second drive-through lane with the striping over to the first, we ensure that only one person's exiting at a time, and that one person has the biggest radius to sweep to make that turn as easy as possible.
I appreciate on the northern side here that you have that extra access route there for anybody that needs to exit an emergency. Are there boots on the ground during the day to be able to manage traffic in case there's something that does take place, for example? Let's say you're among the last few cars that are in the drive-through and somebody really needs to leave there. There's no access out of there until you get to the northern part of the site there. How would a situation, for example, like the worst case situation, somebody needs to physically remove the vehicle from there and you have looks like 30 cars stacked ahead of you?
Sure. So at the non-peak times, we'll start there. The queue simply won't be at that point. The escape lane really will facilitate those types of movements. Mm-hmm. During the peak times, there's a lot of people on staff managing traffic. Both canopies you see to the east and west side of the building have employees taking orders, running food out to cars. This absolutely have the ability to intervene if something, an emergent situation was arising.
So there are boots on the ground to avoid the unsafe situations that could take place. Somebody gets out of the car, behaves erratically, what have you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Even something not necessarily emergent, but just something inconvenient, like a broken down vehicle in one of the lanes. Having two drive-through lanes and then the escape lane for a portion of it gives more ability to, move around that vehicle rather than holding up the whole line. So.
And I'll keep it short. We beleaguered the point a bit, but we talked about the fire truck before, being able to pull in and essentially having to, I think, exit out without being able to go around the turn radius, correct? And is that because it physically cannot make that turn at the north side there, or is it just because, to the point, I think that our board engineer had asked that question, because of the canopy?
I think it's certainly the clearance of the canopy is probably the primary factor. If that were not there, could the radii support it? I'm not entirely sure of the answer. I would point out, since this is, adjacent to other paths, in essence, there is access to four sides of the building. If you needed to fight a fire on the east side of this building, the Verizon drive aisle also provides that ability, as opposed to if we, backed up to woods or something inaccessible on that side.
That's all the questions I have at the moment.
Mr. Chairman, two other quick items. Do you have any concern, even at the most peak time, of people going into the site, where presumably a lot of the traffic is going to come from Town Center Road, that there would be any significant backup that would impede traffic on Town Center Road? Or is this, even at the most peak time, the queue that's shown in this diagram is, kind of, around three sides of the building. Even in a worst case scenario, people, really flocking to the location, pun somewhat intended. The site could still accommodate, and you wouldn't have essentially traffic backing up onto Town Center Road.
Correct. I think someone touched on it, might have even been you earlier, that entering is always the easy movement, right? It's right turns in. You don't yield to anybody except perhaps a pedestrian crossing a crosswalk. So there's really no reason you need to stop. In terms of a concern of the actual drive-through queue wrapping that far along the building, based on what we see at the other stores, we simply don't see that happening during normal operations. The only time additional drive-through demand is really expected to, that type of level is during grand opening, because there's pent-up demand. And not only do we prepare a grand opening plan, our team, to help manage that specific point of time, that's also coordinated with your police department to make sure, the team's on the ground to manage something like that.
Okay, and then the second question. So you've worked on a number of Chick-fil-A locations. I presume you've worked for other businesses as well. Yeah. Is it fair to say that if a business identifies a location and it seems really great, there's a lot of drive-by traffic, there's all the positives, but you just can't get in and out of the site safely and easily, would a company likely say, you know what, that's probably just not worth the headache?
I'm not a developer myself, but we've definitely had those hard talks, with developers as we start to do traffic studies for other projects. And we say, hey, these results don't look good. Even if this got approved, it might not be the best site for you. And I've seen developers pull those applications for those reasons. No one wants to invest millions of dollars in a site that doesn't work.
Okay, and this site is in your mind not in danger of being in this is going to be a tough site to get in and out of category?
Correct. We would not have gotten anywhere near this far if our team wasn't on the same page that this was a site that was viable.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question or comments actually. While Councilman Kurz was talking about it, suppose actually, I know you have told me 3 times now. That's good. Bill Barr probably will be a better person to answer it also. So a person coming out, if he or she wants to go to 202 South, instead of basically crossing the 2 left lane straightaway, can we have Mr. Barr, you can actually also comment on it, can we have a sign 202 South this way? That way, at least most of the traffic will be going to 202 South. They can actually take a right turn instead of a left turn and go around it that by pass lane is there, they can easily go there because nobody used the bypass lane at this moment. I hardly see once in a blue moon the people comes out of that. So that probably will alleviate majority of the concern that Councilman Kers and also the chairman asked for it. At least the 202 south traffic can be all going around it.
It's certainly something you could do. There's really two things I would say to that, because it's something we've considered. We analyze the peak hours of the week, right? So when we're talking about things might be a little more challenging is the worst case scenarios that we're looking at. During non-peak times, this isn't so much of a concern. So if you want to go 202 south, we don't need to force every customer the other 12 plus hours of the day to go the more circuitous route. Secondly, unless it's going to be physically prohibited, even if you have a sign pointing that way, if the customers know that turning left is their faster option, they're still going to do that. So I would question the maybe effective.
Or put a double arrow sign, 202 south, this way, that way. That way people can select it whichever they want to go.
Yeah, they absolutely could, but unless it's, not able to reach 202 south by turning left, if that's the faster option, it's still likely to be chosen.
Well, I am not the forecaster here, but looking at all the number that you have sent, 300 trips, numbers that you just mentioned to Mr. Atkins' questions, I think, we do, hopefully you can actually consider that some or other, some traffic has to be go around it. Otherwise, even for going to taking the left turn, because there are a lot of traffic will be coming, well, not a lot, at least Verizon and Olive Garden and I don't know who else is there. But people will be basically, there will be traffic coming out of that and from the town center road. So in order to basically cross that road to take the left turn, you will have, I don't know whether you will have a traffic jam in your own location. At least it will take some time to do there. As the more traffic will be coming there, the likelihood to have some unforeseen scene.
Yeah, I can say if I was there, the way that I typically drive, if it was a peak time, I would probably take the right out and use the unsignalized driveway, because I would know that's my quickest path to get where I'm going, and it's the easiest. If you think if the board feels that additional signage in that location would help alleviate some of those concerns.
That's what I wanted to. I want to basically ask the expert comment from Mr. Barr, because he probably will be able to tell better. In fact, that maybe as a common person, I'm not obviously expert. I think double arrow sign will be, because people can take any side, that will be probably better.
Yeah, it's definitely something we can look into.
Mr. Barr, do you have any? Oh, sorry, I should not ask you. Chairman should ask.
Please, Mr. Burr, have it.
No, I think it's a very good suggestion. I'm happy to discuss it with the applicant's professionals. We're talking about internal wayfinding signage, in essence, and I think it's worth the discussion. See if it may help to alleviate some of the concerns.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, that would be reiterating that you can get to 202 south either way?
Right.
Either way, or if there's a preferred way based on some of the traffic findings in the report, yes. It would need to be discussed to figure out what the most effective language would be.
Is that something that we have to figure out now, or is that a level of flexibility that the applicant would have, as they're building?
It's really the board's call, but I would be comfortable if it was a condition, if you're asking my opinion, working with the applicant to come up with a plan that would best address those issues.
So we would put in a clause that would permit in whatever we call it, internal wayfinding signage up to a certain size?
I think that's reasonable. More than reasonable.
And Councilman Kirsch, we would agree as the applicant, as a condition of approval, to work with Mr. Burr on the addition of any wayfinding signs.
Right. And I just want to make sure that if that's our intention, that we have it in the resolution, just so that, you're almost about to open, we got to go back to we got to come back to the planning board.
Yeah, if it gets approved, that'll be a condition.
Okay.
Hopefully, we can hammer it out during post-approval compliance if this is approved.
Yeah, but you'll coordinate and review whether or not wayfinding signs, make sense, will
Yes.
help, and you'll implement whatever you mutually decide in your collaboration.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Any other questions? I'll hand it back over to,
I have,
you have one more?
one or two questions. Do you have any information on the, any accidents, the rate of accidents at that intersection with 202?
I don't have any specific data on that, no.
The reason I ask is if you look at that the east exit from the property, you come through to an acceleration lane, deceleration lane, you cut over 2 lanes and then to a 4th lane, which is a combination left turn, U-turn. I'm just wondering, that's about a 900-foot distance. If we're gonna have people coming out there and flooring the car to make that U-turn.
Having a little trouble loading the plan, but I know what you're, oh, there we go. I know what you're describing, and I think, as we've discussed, that right out unsignalized driveway, in my opinion, is more helpful for people who are destined for 202 South. That's the movement that's a little bit more constrained at the signal itself. So those are the customers really looking for a second option. So rather than, customers prioritizing that to reach 202 North, which I think the signal does fairly well on its own, it would be more for, cars destined to the south who don't need to go over those lanes.
So I could probably get away with assuming that it's really not a problem right now.
I'm not aware of any problem. I will say DOT didn't raise any concerns like that in their thick review letter when we got it. So, yeah, I'm not aware of any concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Magura. Ms. Sarmat, any questions regarding this testimony?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have many questions. One of my questions is related to, I think some numbers were rattled off earlier based on one of the board members' questions about the chip generation for the Chick-fil-A. Can you just reiterate, and the only, I think, number that might be meaningful is what's the difference? What's the added number of trips that the Chick-fil-A produces over what's existing today?
Yeah, it's a good question. The only reason it's a little challenging to answer that specifically is because the existing Ruby Tuesdays restaurant gets lumped in with the overall shopping center. I don't have it broken out. That's simply how DOT runs it, but Chick-fil-A is run on its own.
Well, the DOT Highway Access Permit Table 2 in the report does show a difference. So that's really what I wanted to hear testimony on.
Right, yeah, so Table 2, correct. So looking at the entire shopping center as a whole in the existing condition versus the proposed,
Yes.
the net change in total trips in the 3 peak hours is roughly 250 additional peak hour trips.
Okay, thank you. In looking at, I know you described some of the mitigation and the timing. In looking at the tables on page 10, yes, tables 5, 6, and 7, was there any significant change with mitigation as far as the level of service?
So for the town center road approach in general, there were improvements in the existing condition. It's constrained out there really as a result of DOT's prioritization of 202. So we're seeing levels of service F on the town center road approach to begin with. The delays for those movements were reduced, in some cases enough to trip it to an E instead of an F. But in general, they're improved. There were improvements to the southbound left turn movement and U-turn movement. I'll call it a wash on the northbound left turn movement depending on the peak hour. And then, all the movements in total satisfied DOT's criteria. We did what we could to prioritize exit from the site, because we think that's the most important for the site's viability, up to what we thought DOT would permit.
Okay, thank you. And then the chairman had asked a question related to another point of access to the pad site. And I think it's a good question, or it's a good thing to raise, because right now every single one of the 3 pad sites on 202 has exactly that. They basically have a U shape around each of the buildings. When I don't know if you were part of the kind of design phase of this, or if you were brought in after the site was kind of already designed and put together by the civil engineer, but was there any thought process to trying to preserve that and trying to modify the configuration of the drive-through to maintain that kind of access?
I would say my involvement came in once this was pretty much the layout, barring some improvements that have been made along the way. I think it's a beneficial layout in the sense that it puts the drive-through entrance as far away from the entrance to the pad as possible. Just provide as much additional overflow room for additional factor of safety as possible. And that essentially necessitates the location of the site and the building and the drive-through where they are. When you look at the width of the site, from left to right, you have parking, drive aisle parking, and then the building and drive-through. There's really not additional room available there to fit a second access, on the other side of the drive-through lanes.
Yeah, I think you're correct in the way that it's been designed right now. I didn't know if there was any kind of negotiation between the amount of queuing and then the access, and if those were, weighed against one another. But I appreciate your response to the question, so thank you.
Just a couple quick questions,
Please,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Burr.
So the DOT permit application that was submitted, you mentioned there was a comment letter received. And included in that, we heard that DOT requested sidewalks along the frontage and the side of the proposed Chick-fil-A. We also heard testimony about the retiming of the existing traffic signal. Can you just elaborate on any of the other comments that DOT offered that may impact the site layout and what would physically be seen, not necessarily the numbers, but.
Sure. Really comments that would affect the site layout. I don't believe there are any aside from that sidewalk comment. They asked for the existing, ramps in the area to be reconstructed for ADA compliance, which is naturally going to be done as part of these sidewalk improvements. They really didn't have any substance.
So the bulk of their comments were related to pedestrian.
Correct. And a lot of the groups just claiming they had no comments on the application.
And they agreed. Were they the ones that suggested the retiming of the signal, or was that something that your firm offered as part of the?
That's something we offered as part of the
It
traffic
was, okay.
study that they.
And they concur with that?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And did your analysis take into account, I know we talked a lot about some of the concerns with traffic, but did your analysis take into account a certain percentage of traffic leaving the site to the east, to the exit driveway? Is that how your analysis was performed, or was
Correct.
everything going out to the signal?
We did have some traffic routed to the unsignalized driveway simply because we do think realistically it will be used, particularly during the peak hours being analyzed.
Okay.
And the overall trip distribution is calculated using DOT's gravity model methodology.
Okay. And I know there was a lot of discussion by several board members. Ms. Sarmad just asked, in terms of alternate layouts to the site, when I look at this, obviously, one of the big concerns I have, and I think it's shared by a number of the board members, is when we talk about that left, and the ability to actually have significant queuing once you leave the pad site just isn't there. And one way to achieve that, and I know this is a difficult site because it's only a little over an acre in size, but one way to get more queuing, obviously, is to relocate that driveway elsewhere, perhaps somewhere easterly. And I think I heard that you weren't involved in any of those discussions. Are you privy to any prior discussions in terms of alternate layouts and how that might look? Do you know if there was any discussion about possibly having a cross access into the Verizon portion of the driveway or parking lot to provide for better circulation? Can you give us a little more background there?
Right. So I wasn't part of vetting the different options that were reviewed. I know there were several, but I wouldn't feel comfortable, commenting on what exactly they were.
Yeah.
I will note cross-access to Verizon is very challenging given the grade differential that exists, so I think that was ruled out fairly early on. And like I said, there's definitely a push and a pull between the driveway placement and the access placement. I think this has been designed to really prioritize the drive-through placement, which is important to make sure we manage our drive-through demand efficiently. In terms of queues on the internal aisle, of these pad sites, Chick-fil-A is probably, the highest traffic generating one in the future condition. So when you think of traffic on that approach leaving to Town Center Road, a lot of that is, our traffic exiting. It's not so much a queue in front of the site, it's our customers leaving. And based on the clearing of the Town Center Road approach with the signal, I think that will continue to move. It might just be, in batches rather than a continuous.
Okay. And last question, just in terms of the fire truck access and circulation, Not necessarily a question, but more a recommendation. We had the initial fire officials memo. Stonefield offered revised plans. If it hasn't been done already, I would suggest the team reach out to the fire official, get his follow-up feedback in terms of circulation around the site, because you don't want to get jammed up in the event that this is approved. That is going to be a requirement of site plan compliance, getting the fire officials okay. So I would definitely suggest reaching out to Mr. Scalera.
Sure,
That's all I have.
absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Burr. Any other questions from our board? I'd like to
I'm sorry. I do have one more question, and this may not be answerable here. I'm satisfied that this has been thoroughly considered. I remain a bit concerned about, the number of people that are going to leave the Chick-fil-A with a desired goal of going north. And that's like most of Bridgewater, along with many, many other communities. Does Chick-fil-A have a sense of, what percentage of people are going to end up wanting to leave and go north versus what percentage are going to go south? And that's not really a traffic question. It's really an operational and a market study question. Is that something that is even, is considered as part of site selection?
I can't comment on the site selection part, but I can certainly comment on the traffic implications of that. In this case, there's really two things to consider. One, DOT has what's called a gravity model methodology. It draws a radius around your site, sees where the different pockets of population are based on census data, and then routes how many customers you think you're pulling geographically from the two directions. So we have that to rely on. Additionally, we have the benefit of having a fully developed shopping center here that we did existing traffic counts on, so we understand the split of currently for retail, restaurant uses, where our customers currently going, which also gives us some clues as to where our customers would similarly go.
And all right, so use the existing complex without you guys potentially being at this site. What is the what is the north versus south split? Is that known?
Yeah, so I'm looking at our traffic study here at the existing counts during the morning, PM, and Saturday peak hours respectively. It's fairly similar between the two directions, a little bit more turning right out, so 202 south, than turning left out for 202 north.
Okay, interesting. All right. I go right to get home, but I know other people live in different places.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions? At this time, I'd like to open up to any members of the public that wish to question the testimony provided by Mr. Downey. Please feel free to come forward at this time. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Steven Hernandez, 13 Edgewood Terrace, Bridgewater. So Chick-fil-A, I think, will be great, obviously, to have here in Bridgewater. There's nothing very close to it, so not opposed to it. I actually happen to live on a street right before you make that right, which is Edgewood Terrace. So in order for me to get out of my street, I have to make that right, go to the U-turn, make a left if I need to go northbound. Or when I come back, I go down to the other light and come and make that turn to the right to Edgewood Terrace. So I'm concerned about the traffic that this is going to cause. Clearly, every time that you do see a Chick-fil-A.
Sir, excuse me, but, and I appreciate your opening remarks, but do you have a question for the witness? Because there'll be a comment portion at the end of the application.
Yeah, so I'll and I think the question will be, and kind of add to Mr. Michael Kirsch's what he's saying, is how are we going to, or you guys plan to route the traffic out making that left turn? Because currently, there's cop sitting there playing with the light, and there's not a Chick-fil-A at this point in time. So I could see that right now being a challenge, and what you're showing at this point in time, it doesn't seem like it still covers it fully, in my opinion.
So I guess there's really two things to consider in regards to that. Number one is, to some degree, we are working within the context that the site exists, right? So it's along 202, which is a significant state highway. It's in a significantly developed shopping center, well over 500,000 square feet of development, of which Chick-fil-A is just a single portion. So the overall character of traffic conditions on 202 isn't really changing as part of this application. It's a busy road and will continue to be. What's, I would say, a rare benefit of this application that we don't always have or get to say is that we've actually improved the signal timing to the point where even with the added traffic from Chick-fil-A, that left turn improves from what it is in the no-build condition. So not only is, there an insignificant, impact, in this case, is actually a benefit compared to the pre-development condition.
Thanks for that. I will have to challenge that it's not just traffic, right? Because there's not Chick-fil-A around here, right? So the traffic that's going to be coming from all over towns, Manville, Somerville, Raritan, Bridgewater, even Morrisville, are going to come to that Chick-fil-A because there's no one around there. So that's extra traffic is going to be coming to that Chick-fil-A. The other question is, have you guys looked at all the new buildings and complexes that have been getting built around? That has not been part of, maybe it's much newer. So have you guys taken into account of how much of that is going to impact this location as well?
We do. So when we kick off a traffic study like this, we always coordinate with the township to get a sense of anything else that's been approved in the area, and we load that on as part of the traffic study, so it's included.
Yeah, no further questions. Just expressing my concern here before accepting the application. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Just a reminder, there will be more time to comment on this at the conclusion of this application. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion for this witness. Mr. Silbert,
Chairman,
I'd like to be cognizant of the time and of those that came from far away, and as well as those that have come into the room tonight for our other application.
exactly, Mr. Chairman. I'm in the uncomfortable situation where I'm representing both applicants, and I would like to move both applications forward as efficiently as possible. But I just wanted to make certain that you're aware that for the other application that's on for tonight, it was represented to me and to the applicant that they would be first on the agenda. I point that out because they're traveling from all over the country: Ohio, North Dakota. I know we're talking about Chick-fil-A, but I know we're approaching a time constraint here. So at a minimum, Mr. Chairman, assuming that Chick-fil-A is concluding this evening, I would ask that I would be able to at least call the witnesses that traveled from North Dakota and Ohio just to provide some operational testimony on the next application. I'm sorry I have to do this in the middle of Chick-fil-A's application, but
Do you have any more witnesses for Chick-fil-A this evening?
we do have a planner, and if the board's willing to accommodate both, then that would be wonderful. But I have a conflict here, and trying to work through it, particularly in light of the fact that I do have for the other applicant members that traveled from very far away. So
I don't believe the board would have an issue postponing the Chick-fil-A application and at least bringing a start to the next one, yes.
thank you very much. I very much appreciate it.
Do any of them-
We'll need to carry the hearing. What date would this be carried to, Nancy? Do we have anything? Of December?
Correct.
Okay, so for any members of the public who are here or who are watching, this hearing's being carried to December 17th. There will be no further notice given.
Thank you very much. I really
Thank you, Mr.
appreciate
Silbert.
it.
Thank you.
Get my other.
And Mr. Chairman, even before we begin this next portion, I know our policy is to be wrapped up by 10. Again, I'm only one person. I'm willing, if there's consensus, to call 10 o'clock would be 10:30 tonight, just to give us that little bit of extra breathing room. Again, I'm only one person. I don't have the authority to keep people here later, but because some have traveled from distance, I'm willing to, for this evening, have a 10:30 goal, if necessary, instead of a 10 o'clock goal. Again, I don't know if that's a look of approval or disapproval from the other side of the table.
Right, right. So we typically don't take new testimony after 10:30, but for those who traveled, I think we can make an exception.
Oh, I'm sorry. We usually go to 10:30.
We typically go to 10:30 without any new testimony after 10:30. So yes, we've been here past 11 before.
Okay.
But
All right.
not advocating that needs to be the case this evening.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, if we're close, I think we'll probably work with you.
Yes.
Thank you, and I'm hoping the next application, and I do see members of the public here, but I'm hoping it'll go quickly, just as because it's an amendment to a previous approval.
I'll just make an announcement for those that are in the room. We are moving to the next application, and that's for the RI Heritage Inn of Bridgewater LLC, in the care of Farrellson Hospitality Development, Block 222, Lot 3.01, commonly known as 1260 Route 22.
So, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, my name is Michael Silbert, and I'm an attorney at the law firm DeFrancesco Bateman, located in Warren Township. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant RI Heritage Inn at Bridgewater LLC. The applicant is seeking amended preliminary and final site plan approval for the property identified as Block 222, Lot 301, as shown on the township's tax maps, more commonly known as 1260 Route 22 East. The property is located in the HIC zone district and consists of a single parcel, just under 13 acres in size, and pursuant to Section 126-314.1A2 of the Township Code, hotels are a permitted use in the zone. The property comprises 5 land units created through a condominium arrangement. This application pertains specifically, as you'll see in the application materials, to land unit D, which is the southernmost building proposed on the property. So just a little brief background information, because I had made previous representations earlier this evening. The project was previously approved in its entirety and was subject of a preliminary and final site plan application. Eventually, that was approved on December 11th, 2018. That approval allowed for the construction of a Marriott Residence Inn hotel on land unit D. So as part of the original approval, there was a number of bulk variances and design waivers that were granted. I could just very quickly go through it, and I'll clarify this later on, but essentially there was a building height variance granted for the Spring Hill Suites Hotel for 49.33 feet, where 45 feet was permitted. Front yard setback from Route 22, where 139.59 feet was approved, 200 feet was required. Buffer for the principal building, 90.87 feet was approved, where 125 feet was required. Minimum parking lot buffer, 21.87 feet was approved, where 75 feet was required. Minimum accessory structure buffer, 50 feet was approved, 75 feet was required. Why are we here tonight? So the applicant is returning before the board to seek an amended site plan approval due to changes in the hotel user and to the building on land unit D. Specifically, the applicant's proposing to reduce the building footprint overall size of the building. And this impacts several of the bulk variances that were, or at least one of the bulk variances that was granted during the original site plan approval. So I'll leave it to our engineer to discuss the differences in building footprint, FAR reduction. This is going to result in a lot coverage reduction. We are going to be able to increase the number of parking spaces, despite the fact that the number of rooms are slightly decreasing. The witnesses I'm going to call are going to explain some of these changes. Ultimately, these changes are driven from an economic standpoint, just responding to current real estate market trends, particularly in light of being in a post-COVID-19 world. As noted in the joint review memo dated November 26, 2024, the proposed amendments to the building size represent actually improvements to the relief that was previously granted. So from a technical standpoint, variance relief is still required for at least one of the bulk variances that was previously received, because although they're improvements, they still remain non-compliant with the township's requirements. And we're going to be seeking that variance under the C2 criteria. The other bulk variances granted as part of the original approval, they're going to remain unchanged. They'll remain as approved. So I have three witnesses, I have 3 or 4 witnesses because I have 2 representatives from the future operator from Park Silver Development. So I'm joined with Terry O'Brien and Greg Heflin. They're both regional vice presidents from Park Silver Development LLC, and they're representing Woodspring Suites, the future hotel user of Land Unit D. I'm also joined by Jeff McKay. He's the vice president of Thoraldson Hospitality Development. It's a related entity of the applicant and of the land unit owner. And I'm joined lastly by our professional engineer, George Folk. He was the original civil engineer for this project, and he also prepared the amended site plan. One thing I just wanted to stress for the board is that the exterior architectural design is essentially the same that was approved back in 2018 in terms of quality of materials, certain design features. Even though the building footprint is changing and the interior space is changing, the actual exterior appearance of the building, or at least from a material standpoint, is the same. There were a couple housekeeping and site plan inconsistencies I just wanted to address from the professional review memo. So I had stated, and the applicant's materials, with the exception of the site plan, indicates that this site plan application was approved, or the original one was approved in 2018. The cover sheet of the site plan drawings indicates an approval date of September 2020, but that's relative to post-approval compliance revisions that resulted from the 2018 approval. So I just wanted to clarify that. Our civil engineer can certainly add to that. There was an incorrect FAR approval date in the site plan. It made mention of the approval date on September 17th, 2024. I think that's just a typo. There may have been a typo with respect to a rear yard setback variance that we don't actually need. So I'll let our engineer address that. And then finally, I just wanted to address an issue with the height discrepancy. So Woodspring Suites building is proposed at 46 feet according to the architectural elevations. The zoning table on the cover sheet, my notice, indicates that we need variance relief for the building height at 49.2 feet. That was an error. That was in reference to the other hotel. It's not in reference to Woodspring Suites. So there's no change in the building height to the Spring Hill Suites. Sorry, it's a little confusing. Spring Hill, Woodspring, but the building height for Woodspring Suites is 46 feet. It'll be testified to this evening. And with that, I would ask if I'm going to start with operational testimony so the board can get some background information on Woodspring Suites. So I would ask if I could call up my first witness, which is Terry O'Brien. He's if you want to swear them all in, that's fine as well.
We absolutely can. I'm also looking in the interest of time here. Perhaps we just take a 3 to 5 minute break just for those that like to use the restroom, given that we've come this far. So why don't we do that? I'll need a motion to break. That, Mr. Atkins, I'll need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael. Mike.
Okay, are all members ready to resume? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Mr. Silbert, thank you very much for entertaining the bathroom break.
Mr. Chairman, my pleasure. Thank you very much for having us this evening. I had represented before the bathroom break that I was going to be calling Mr. Terry O'Brien from Park Silver Development, but I'm going to change things up. I'm actually going to call Jeff McKay from Thoraldson Hospitality Development. He, again, is a vice president of the developer, or I'm sorry, of the applicant and of the property owner, which is a related entity. So if you want to swear all the did we swear all the
We
witnesses?
didn't
No,
swear
we haven't
anyone
sworn
in.
anyone.
Sorry, confusing it. Okay.
We can swear them in all together.
Great.
Yeah, if all the witnesses would, known and possible, stand, raise your right hand. You all swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give in the course of this hearing will be the truth and nothing but the truth? I do. And starting with Mr. McKay, just state and spell your names for the record.
Jeff McKay, M-C-K-A-Y.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, we thought it'd be helpful to bring Mr. McKay up to kind of talk a little bit about the change in commercial real estate, some of the market changes, what led to this change, and I'll let Mr. McKay take it away from here.
Good evening. Yeah, I just wanted to give us a little bit of a background on kind of why we're here and what we're trying to get accomplished here.
If you could, before you get going, could you give your title again? There were a lot of entities being read, so just so we have
No
a clear
problem.
record.
So my name is Jeff McKay. I'm with Thoraldson Hospitality. I represent Thoraldson. We currently own and operate 88 hotels across the United States. I was here in 2018 to get a couple of hotels approved, and we worked on this site for a long time, several years. And we've developed over 400 hotels around the United States. I celebrated my 19th year in October here with the company. So Bridgewater was on our radar. We wanted to be in Bridgewater, and we had great brands. There's no doubt about it. Today's world is changed, as everyone here knows. The pandemic was brutal in the hotel world. At that time, we didn't have 88. We had closer to 75, and we actually closed the doors on 25 hotels during the pandemic, just shut them down. And unfortunately, the Bridgewater market has not come back to what we feel we can build the residents in. Construction costs are up 38, 39%. This isn't the only market where we're not able to do residents in. We've also canceled some other locations for Residence Inn. Residence Inn is a bigger building. And so we looked at how we could continue to develop the site and still make it what we started out to do. And that is our goal. In doing so, we discovered a brand that we thought we could make work here. And although we didn't have the expertise with the WoodSpring brand, we teamed up with Terry and Greg and their organization, who had in-depth experience with the WoodSpring, and of course had WoodSpring properties. And so we wanted to team up with people that knew what the brand was and how to operate that hotel. So having said that, we're here to propose, obviously, a different hotel. It's similar in nature, 4-story. We want to make the outside look just as the Residence Inn did, use the same materials, the same colors, and it's going to be smaller, as you can imagine, a little bit less cost to build that way. So really that's sort of the backdrop of kind of why we're getting together here and here to answer any kind of questions that the board may have, and hopefully to seek approval to move forward with our development.
If I may, Mr. McKay, so I made a representation in my opening that there was a very strong effort to keep the architectural design in line with what was approved in 2018. Since you were very much involved in the hearing process in 2018, you're a decision maker here. Do you agree with that representation, and can you touch on that at all?
Could you just you're saying the exterior?
Yeah, I just wanted you to confirm that my representation, that the architectural design that's being proposed this evening is very similar to what was proposed and approved back in 2018.
It is very similar. In fact, the wood spring, I don't know that it commonly has a flat roof, but the residents had a flat roof. We changed this to make sure it had a flat roof to match what was originally approved. And again, going back to the materials and the even down to the colors that were approved in 2018 for the residents, same colors on the building. So effectively, you have a little smaller box that looks the same. It's going to have a different sign on it. I mean, that's really what we're trying to do here.
And going back to the 2018 approval, the board asked questions based upon the resolution. The board asked questions, and it was the testimony of the applicant then that this architectural design would fit well within the other proposed designs for the other buildings on the property. Do you still believe that's the case today?
Yes, that's correct, and we worked very tiresomely on getting the look of the building to appease the neighborhood and the township of Bridgewater. There's no doubt about that.
So is it your opinion that the aesthetics component to this application was already reviewed and approved by the board back in 2018, and what you're proposing today mimics that approval to as much as reasonably possible?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman, and the board if they have any questions about, as to the background as to why we're here, any questions on Mr. McKay's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Silbert. Any questions from our board regarding the testimony just heard?
Yeah, I have just a clarifying question. So you said affectionately the box is a little smaller. Is it largely in the same location?
It is, and we will get into more of the specifics. I think that's what our engineer is here to do. But I, again, just wanted to provide a little bit of background on. He has a very good depiction here of the old footprint compared to the new footprint in red.
Okay, because and I'll tell you, I'll telegraph where I'm going with this. I was not on the board in 2018. I don't think any of us, I know none of us were. Obviously, we stand by whatever action was taken. And now, 6 years later, we, iterate to the next opportunity. I'm definitely particularly interested in understanding, how both the letter of the resolution from 2018 as well as the intent is still being satisfied here, because I know there were concerns about berms and about privacy and about trees and fences, and there was a lot that came out in that hearing. I was not there, but I did some diligence in trying to speak with those who were, and I guess I just want to make sure that both the letter and the intention remains in place. Or through this hearing, we can make sure that they stay in place.
That would be our absolute intention, is to honor all those requirements that were previously instated on the site plan application.
And to the extent that the building has shifted or moved or or something's different, that there be kind of new guidance that follows the same spirit is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, we haven't shifted the building at all. In fact, it sits right within the old footprint.
Okay.
And it's a smaller footprint, and the building itself, of course, the guest rooms, they're a little bit smaller, but we'll speak to that as we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm sorry, just to add, Mr. Kirsch, as some background, about 8 months ago or so, these same representatives from this applicant team had come in and basically met with the professionals in the township to better understand if they did need amended site plan approval based on the changes that they were requesting, which is now this subject application. So obviously the answer to that question was yes, they did. So there was a thorough review of the resolution, the prior architectural plans, the prior building layout, which essentially the decision was that they would need amended approval, which is exactly why they're here tonight, is that they are seeking basically a new approval that would then change what was approved in the past. And I will say that I think upon comparing, they were true to their word. They are similar in the nature of them. It's just that the actual size, the scale and size of the building is much smaller than what was previously approved. And some of the amenities within the building that were specifically cited in the resolution are no longer proposed. As they've mentioned, I think it's an economics function of why those have been changed and scaled back. But essentially, that's why they are before this board. If they had just made some minor changes, they could actually have gone through, even with a different brand name, likely without an amended approval. They'd work under the other. So this whole amended approval really is related to the magnitude of the changes that they are proposing and that they do deviate from the original resolution.
Okay, understood.
Thank you, Ms. Sarmed. Mr. Chowdhury.
So basically, there are two new variants. One is the height. Thank you. One is the height, which is basically, I think you already explained that height is not the variance because it is becoming 46, not a 49 as it shows here, right?
It was, there were two mistakes. One was made by me, where when I saw the change on the zoning data table between the 2018 approval to what we are proposing this evening, when I saw that number changed, I had thought that was in reference to this proposed building. That was an in error. There's no relief requested for this proposed building as it relates to height. That height variance was with respect to the other hotel, Spring Hill Suites.
Okay.
So I apologize for the confusion on our part, but it's a good thing because we're not changing the height variance. Although what was in error would have been a reduction in height, but we're not adjusting the approved height of Spring Hill.
Yeah. So basically, new height is 46 feet.
Yes, and I believe the old height was, I'll confirm, but I believe it was 46 feet. I believe they're the same heights. Is that?
Yeah, we are not trying to do anything deviation-wise with the original approval, other than change the brand name.
Thank you. And then next.
Only variance we're seeking, just in case I didn't say it or I said it too fast, is there's a required buffer under 126-314.1F where the buffer for the principal building is proposed at 94.11 feet, where 125 feet is required, and previously approved was 90 feet. So the only variance or deviation we're seeking is an improvement to a previously received variance.
So basically, you improve by 4 feet for easement side. Okay, so those are two only. Well, now it is only one variance then, not the two.
Correct.
Okay, like you mentioned here. Okay, thank you very much. Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. Any other questions? Ms. Sarmed, Mr. Burr.
I just had two quick questions, Mr. Chairman. So just for reference, I think what we're talking about is the old Days Insight on Route 22 between the Open Road Mercedes and the old Houlihan's. And the prior approval included 2 hotels and I believe 3 commercial pad or retail pad sites along 22. So what we're talking about tonight is the hotel that is most southerly or furthest into the site that is positioned parallel to Route 22. So my question for Mr. McKay is, as far as Theraldton is concerned, is your interest only in the Woodspring Suites Hotel, or do you have a a controlling interest or stake in any of the other portions of the project?
So yes, currently we own the, I guess it's 13 acres. We purchased the land back in the time we were seeking the original approvals. The ownership structure and what occurs from here, I guess, are unknown at this point. It'll depend on what we can get for approvals here.
And the follow-up question to that is, it's no secret that this site has been in the condition that it's in right now, in a semi-completed, from a site improvement perspective, semi-completed for probably going on 3 years. So I'm curious if this was to be approved, this amendment, is this going to be a springboard, no pun intended, for building out the rest of this site? Or is the town looking at a site that's going to be somewhat in transition, or kind of the status quo for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, well, I can speak to what occurred over the past 4 or 5 years, and that was the pandemic. That's why you saw what you saw. We did demolish the Days Inn, and we were prepared to fully start, and it was a lengthy approval process. It was. And by the time it was ready to get going and get started, we were smack dab in the middle of the COVID-19. And, people weren't even working, let alone building a new hotel. That's what happened. And thankfully for the township, you got the Days Inn leveled, in a clean site for a while. And our goal is to get this approval, and we need a domino to tip here and get one going and get moving on the project.
Thank you, Mr.
But on that same, sorry, Mr. Chairman, on that same line of questioning, this project is further ahead than the Spring Hill, further ahead than the retail in the front, correct? In terms of priority?
In what regard?
Well, in terms of timing, I mean, I guess the Spring Hill is fully approved, is not built. The retail is fully approved, is not built. We're here talking about this one as it feels like a step one. Is it accurate? This is possibly a step one, and I think your answer was possibly.
Yeah, there's a developers agreement that's tied into this, as you're aware, and there's certain activities that need to occur timing-wise for instance, the commercial to start. The Spring Hill is permitted, and the intentions are to get started on that project. We've fenced the site and waiting on some financing arrangements. And then again, the Wood Spring, pending approval, we would need to get the hotel drawn, get the plans drawn and into the township for approval. And that's probably it could be a 8-9 month process, I don't know. And then ideally, we'd start immediately after that.
So looking at the two hotels, right now, as we speak, the Spring Hill is more ready to go.
Correct.
Okay. But it, from a financial and other standpoint, it is not moving ahead right now.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's not moving ahead. In fact, the site was fenced a matter of 3-4 weeks ago when I was here. So they are getting moving on that one.
Thank you, Councilman Kirsch. Any other questions? Have we exhausted the questions from our professionals? Okay. At this time, I'd like to ask any members of the public wishing to ask a question based on the testimony just heard. Please feel free to come forward at this time. And if I could just reiterate, we're asking questions at this stage. There will be an opportunity later on for general comments.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Lars Knudsen, Larsknudson, 104 Chelsea Way here in Bridgewater. I am also the president of the Board of Trustees of Chelsea Village Condo Association, and I am an attorney admitted in New Jersey. In the interest of time, I did have a number of questions related to the impervious coverage, the specific site changes, any changes in the lighting, landscaping, and specific to the brand Wood Spring Suites. What are you prepared to answer those questions, or
I think that's a great segue for possibly our next witness.
say again?
I say that's probably a good segue for to introduce our next witness to explain those items to you.
Great. If that's the case, then I will reserve my questions until this next one.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
John Kulak, 13 Ramsey Street in Bridgewater, and I'm here as a resident tonight. I'm a member. I've been a resident of the Findurn section of Bridgewater pretty much my whole life. When I was looking at your amended plan, you're trying to present this, or you are presenting this, I should say, as a let me move one building aside and put in another building, and everything else should remain the same. But the planning board originally approved both the brand and the building itself. You alluded to the fact that the brand changed because the economics of the world have changed and you selected this brand. Could you tell us more about the brand? Because my understanding is that it's quite a step down from the Residence Inn, or alternatively, the other property which will be built. It's no longer a Marriott property, but the another brand. So can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, again, I think I'll reserve that for our next witness. They are the experts with the brand, Wood Spring Suites, and that's why we teamed up with them. So.
And your decision, however, was, as you stated, an economic decision.
Correct.
Is this, in its nature, a long-term residence compared to what we're more used to with hotels, where people come, stay a few days, and leave and go on about their business?
I believe it is, yes.
And would they be then better able to speak to that as they
Correct.
discuss their
Correct.
brand?
Yep.
Okay. And when you, and this is a question both for the board and I guess the township professionals, but because you're asking for a new approval, are you subject to newer requirements as they pertain to stormwater management, stormwater runoff, and things like that? Because you're not really transferring the old approval to this building, but rather you're getting a new approval and seeking the variances that you requested. So I don't know who should better answer that question, but I'm wondering, since there's a change, are you now subject to the newer requirements?
So I can, from our side, we can have our civil engineer answer that question. I'll note that, I'll let our civil engineer answer the question.
Okay. One last thing. There were some errors in the documents submitted with the wrong address. Have they all been corrected?
So the, so what you're referring to is the subject line in the application letter referenced the property at 202. All of the actual application materials, with the exception of the subject line of the letter, referenced the correct address. That was an error on my part, likely because of the other application, but we did send notice out to approximately 200 people, properly identifying the correct address. If anybody, the township puts the documents that we submit on the website as a courtesy. If anyone read through the letter, they would see the correct address, and all the plans have the correct address. So I do apologize for that error.
Thank you. And all I'm suggesting is that to the extent that they need to be corrected, that you will have done that and submitted those documents correctly.
I would say that that the cover letter it probably is not a document that would ordinarily be corrected. If it was your amended site plan or your actual application, I would totally agree that they would need to be remedied. But just as far as it's just correspondence, so I don't know how to rectify that. It's not an official document, I would say. It's just the cover letter that accompanied the actual application.
Yeah. I appreciate that. It was just a little confusing.
Understood, and I apologize for that. It certainly wasn't trying to, mislead anyone. It was purely a typo.
And I'd like to reserve the rest of my questions as we have the additional witnesses speak.
Actually, on that subject, for Mr. Peck, are you satisfied that notice is still in good order and that
Yeah,
we can
notice-
be proceeding?
Notice was proper and conformed with all the statutory requirements.
Okay,
There
and
was a typo in the subject line of their submission, which is unfortunate, because it was confusing. I mean, I looked at it, too, but from a notice standpoint, they're fine. The
Okay.
notice was properly constituted.
and in addition, our notice to the public beyond the 200-foot statutory requirement, are we satisfied that that has been sufficient? Because again, we operate with only the highest integrity and transparency here.
I'm satisfied that it is.
Okay.
I would just say I don't think I've ever thus far in my career I've never provided 200 notices. So that was a long and arduous process. But I can assure you that the residents that are certainly most impacted by this change, they were notified 100%. So
Well, but
100% accurately.
No, and I don't doubt that, but I also have just the concern, about that we're notifying the public also through our website and through any other channels. We have an email blast that goes out to those who are particularly concerned and interested about land use matters. So I just want to make sure that we're satisfied, not just that the law was followed, and it seems as though it was, but that also our efforts to be fully transparent that goal has also been met.
Understood. I do understand that.
Okay, so essentially in version 1 it was incorrect, but then in an update it was correct. Okay, so if I were to go on the website now, which I won't, it states it correctly. Okay.
And I'll just add, just to hopefully conclude this portion of the hearing, but I've been on your side. This doesn't happen in Bridgewater because Nancy does such a good job, but it's not uncommon that you can have an agenda with a minor typographical error. It's certainly not fatal from the applicant's perspective to moving forward with their application, although I totally understand and respect, Councilman, where you're coming from as it pertains to transparency. If perhaps this was a different application where we're going in anew and we didn't already have an approval here, perhaps it'd be a different situation. But again, we're looking to adjust the footprint of a previously approved hotel.
And actually, just since I don't want to belabor the point, I know we have limited time. There seem to be some residents from the Chelsea development property. Excuse me, the Chelsea property. There's also within your 200 feet are at least some of the residents on what I'll just affectionately call the college streets. That would be to the east. They are with. I didn't look at that part of the packet. I apologize. I assume that you hit some number of those residents as well.
I would have to go back and look at the notice list. I would assume that they weren't all Chelsea residents, but I don't recall. I have to go.
Is that in the packet? Because I'm going to look for it because.
It was provided to the board with our affidavit.
Okay. All right.
The initial, actually, the list that was provided to me by your tax assessor was included in the initial application submission.
Okay.
So you do have a copy, actually.
All right. Okay, and it does include, again, what I affectionately call the college streets, like Stanford, Dartmouth. Okay. Okay. Look, as long as. Okay.
Dartmouth's on here, though, too.
Okay. Terrific. Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. McKay?
Mitch Zaytoun, Zaytoun, 130 Chelsea Way in Bridgewater. I've been a resident here for 20-plus years. And I do have some questions. It looks like they're more civil, but there's one question that I wanted to ask based on the testimony, that there was, you said you had roughly 80 hotels, is that what the number was?
We have 88 currently.
Out of those 88, how many back up against a residential homeowner?
I wouldn't even have a count for you. I'm not sure.
Is that something that you can provide to the board?
I could, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, that'll close the public portion for this witness. Mr. Silver, would you like to call your next witness?
I would. I have an idea. I did want to clarify something, and I can speak with Mr. Peck about it, but my understanding is that with an amended site plan application, it's not really treated as though it's an application or a new application. It's an amendment to a previous approval, and I point that out because routinely applicants come in, they get approval, and then things happen and they realize they need to make an adjustment. And if the applicant wasn't afforded the opportunity to reappear before the board, a lot of times they would not do that if they had to come in with a brand new application. So I just wanted to point out one clarifying component to this, that I don't think it's appropriate for the board to treat this as a brand new application. They should treat it as an amendment to a prior approval.
Well, the board's analysis should really be constrained to deviations from the previously approved plan.
Correct.
And what kind of impacts that would be. So if they're proposing changes, and I don't believe they are, but if they're proposing changes, say, to internal site circulation, that would be a good question of inquiry, or the stormwater type questions, if that happens. But, if there's no deviation from the past approval, and they've perfected their approval, then it's really, in my opinion, it wouldn't be appropriate to, certainly we're not here to relitigate a previous approval.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I do have what I think might be a timely solution. I have two witnesses, both from Park Silver Development. If you, Mr. Chairman, and the board would allow me to do so, I'd like to introduce both of them. I would ask them questions. I think it'd be beneficial for the public. That way they don't have to wait for, the witness doesn't say, oh, well, he's going to answer it. Or so if it's okay, I'd like to call both of the witnesses, and I'll just pose some questions to them. If that poses a problem, I don't have to do that.
I suppose we could try that, sure. As long as we don't get confusing, I think it should be fine, sure.
I mean, we'll just ask them each to identify their roles with the company. Just speak into the microphone with the applicant. So.
Hi, I'm Terry O'Brien. I'm a regional director, regional vice president of real estate, and I'm kind of guy who goes out and identifies the sites to build these hotels.
And are you with Woodspring? Or
I'm sorry, I'm with Park Silver Development. Woodspring is the franchise company, and that's part of Choice Hotels, which is the second largest hotel company in the world, with over 7,000 units.
And I'm Greg Heflin. I'm also Regional Vice President with Park Silver Development, and I pick up where Terry leaves off with identifying the site and entitling it, hiring the consultants and professionals to design it, and then permit it.
So Greg, is it fair to say that I should direct questions more to you about the elevations and the floor plans? And would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah. And Mr. O'Brien, would you agree that you're in a position you can answer some questions about background of the hotel group? You heard some of the public questions or comments about their concerns here. So why don't you start off and tell the board a little bit about Woodspring Suites?
Sure.
Obviously, there was concern about the difference between what was previously approved and as far as the user.
Sure. Well, as I was saying, Woodspring is an extended stay hotel. It's part of Choice Hotels. Choice is the second largest hotel company in the world, 7,000 units across the world. And this falls under the extended stay group of Choice. And Choice has 20+ brands overall, but then they've got a couple of extended stay brands, and Woodspring is one of their extended stay brands. The brand is a little different than a residence, as has been spelled out here by Mr. McKay earlier.
It doesn't have a pool, it doesn't have a meeting space or a restaurant or a bar. It's really a rooms-only product, and the customer that stays there that's what they're looking for. I mean, good example of who'd be staying there, traveling nurses who come into work in a hospital for 3-6 months at a time on contract. Need a place to stay, they probably still have their own apartment, but they come in, they stay at the hotel for a week at a time, and then they go back. Or consultants who come in that are working on big projects. Even displaced people that have been either burned out of their home, maybe flooded out of their home. And we've got the great example, which is down in Asheville, North Carolina, which, as we all know, went through a very bad time recently. And we've got a lot of people staying in the hotel that have been displaced out of their homes. So it's not your typical hotel that Greg or I, when we're on the road, go and stay for 1 or 2 nights and then you move on. It's a little different customer base, and extended stay hotels in the last 25 years is by far the fastest growing segment of the hotel industry. You'd probably recognize brands a little more like, well, Residence Inn certainly, but Town Place Suites, Home 2 Suites, Candlewood Suites, Mainstay Suites. All these hotels are in the hotel vernacular are extended stay hotels. Are all the people staying there extended stay people? No. They get regular customers who stay there too. But, it has a small two-top burner and a small refrigerator and a microwave. And so if you wanted to stay there and cook, heat up a macaroni and cheese or whatever, you can do it. But that's kind of a explanation, a short answer to what this product is. It'll be a $16 or $17 million development. It's a first-class piece of real estate, and it's not, as I say, it's not a Residence Inn, it's not a Ritz-Carlton, but it's a very nice property, and we really look forward to coming to your community and developing it.
So you had mentioned some of the other extended stays or comparisons. In your opinion, in terms of quality, how does this hotel compare to your examples, in your opinion?
Well, in its segment, it's in a mid-tier property. It's a mid-tier property. So against any of those, I think it's won the J.D. Power Award for the last 3 or 4 years, if I'm right, Greg. That's correct. As the #1 extended stay product. So I think that should answer the question.
Thank you. And then, so one of the questions in the professional reports, or in the professional report, is basically, you're reducing the footprint size, but you're maintaining relatively the same number of rooms with a slight decrease. So turning now to the floor plans, can you just talk about what a typical room layout looks like? Walk us through a typical room.
Yeah, so as Terry pointed out, they're very similar to a Residence Inn, just on a smaller scale. We have the kitchenette, bed area, sleeping area, bath, shower, etc., lounge or living area. We're a little bit smaller on a per room basis. The major deviation on the square footage has to do with the amenity space. We don't have an indoor pool. We don't have a gatehouse. We don't have a breakfast area. As Terry pointed out, this is a different customer. They're not here to be on vacation necessarily. They're here to work. They're here to train. They're here as military. They're here as nurses. They're out the door in the morning. They're back at night. They utilize the amenities outside of the hotel, the restaurant down the street, the bar, the lounge, the shops, et cetera, et cetera. We don't try to keep our guests in. They're out and about doing their work. They're just here for that basis.
And Greg, if I could just ask you a little bit more specifically about this proposed building, how many rooms are there per floor, if you know an approximate number, and if you need my sheet, you're welcome.
No, so we're 26 floors, 26 rooms on the first floor and 32 rooms on the other 3 floors.
And can you just talk a little bit about the location of the stairwells and the elevators?
Yeah, so we have one, as you enter the lobby, there's the guest check-in and security door. There's a small lobby where you can gather and eat and get coffee in the morning. You go beyond that, there's a fitness center, there's guest laundry, there's one elevator, that's kind of our core. There's two elevator shafts, two stair shafts, one on either end of the building. We meet all the codes for New Jersey and the other places that we develop across the country.
So you just hit another point I was going to ask you. So although you're eliminating the indoor pool here and some of the conference rooms, it's not as though you're proposing a building with no amenity space. There is still amenity space here, right?
That's correct. We include the amenity space that our guests seek out. They want to do fitness on site. They want to grab a coffee in the morning. They want to do their laundry if they're staying for an extended period of time, which I think our average stay is 11 nights, where the residence in is about 3 to 4 nights. And so we provide the amenities that our guests seek out, but not the ones that they don't want to pay for.
Thank you. And then Mr. McKay had testified to, and I made in my opening remarks, that the architectural style, materials, that they were heavily influenced, if not substantially similar to what was previously approved. Do you concur with that testimony you heard in my representation?
Yes.
And is this a customary design for Woodspring Suites? I'm referring to the elevations that were submitted, or speak to that a bit.
That's not our prototype. We normally have a pitched roof, more of a residential look. To mimic the Residence Inn, we have a flat roof. That is allowed by choice, but we've chosen to mimic the Residence Inn with that look. We've added color variation, hardy plank on the exterior, and I believe that we have a stacked stone look on the base on the first floor.
Okay. So is it fair to say, in recognition of the previous approval, that you really made a strong effort to incorporate or mimic the previously approved Residence Inn?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any. Oh, actually, one more question, and I don't know which would be appropriate to answer. Thank you, Greg, but just provide some details on the number of full-time and part-time employees, typical shifts for Woodspring Suites, if you would.
Yeah, so we typically, I think we've shown 4 employees on the peak shift and then 4 employees on the after shift. We usually have a general manager who also does sales, an assistant manager, a maintenance engineer, and a housekeeper.
Yeah, just to add, I was just going to say, in this operation, the employees tend to wear several hats. And kind of where they're needed, that's the job they tend to do, which is good, because you can cross-train your employees, and it gives them good experience too that they can take into the industry further.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. If the board professionals have questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Silver. I'd like to open up to our board for any questions for the testimony you just heard.
Well, all right. I have several. And I guess one of them is first to Mr. Peck. So this property is zoned hotel, correct? Correct. Is there a delineation when we zone for a hotel, what type of a hotel it is, whether it's a standard product, an extended stay product? We permit a hotel in a particular place, and as long as what you do meets that definition, you can build a hotel there.
You can't say we permit fast food restaurants, but we'll only allow McDonald's and not Burger King.
All right, but with that analogy, like it's not we allow McDonald's but not Burger King. We allow we allow fast food, but you can't be an elegant restaurant, or vice versa. I mean, like, should we be thinking of a hotel as a hotel? As long as it meets the definition of a hotel, it's permitted.
A hotel is a hotel.
Okay.
Sorry, just to interject. The zone actually permits hotels and motels, so it's more broad.
Okay. All right. And the reason I'm going here, there's a reason. The reason I'm going here is going back to 2018. This specific property was identified as an extended stay hotel under the Residence Inn brand, correct?
Let me, hold on, Mr. McKay, was it an extended stay under Residence Inn?
Okay. So it was identified as a Residence Inn, and by its definition, Residence Inn is in the extended stay category.
Yes.
Okay, so what you're asking to do is it's almost independent of extended stay because Residence Inn was approved as a Residence Inn. You're asking, okay, shift that approval to this brand.
Right, I don't, exactly. I don't know if there was tremendous, I wasn't there, so I don't know, and I couldn't take it away from the resolution. I don't know if there was significant focus in 2018 as to whether the Residence Inn was an extended stay, but my understanding is that it is an extended stay. So even though the board might not have focused on it, we're saying, okay, we're replacing it with another extended stay hotel.
So you're saying it's a like product, albeit, based on the testimony, a Residence Inn, the average person is there 3 to 4 nights. Yours is more like 11. Okay. I guess what I'd like to understand from the length of the stay is there a maximum? I mean, could someone stay at this hotel for like a year?
That's a good question. Unless there is a local restriction on that, which we have seen in some municipalities, to be honest. Yeah, someone could stay there. Some of the municipalities we've worked in, they have a 30-day stay, and then they check out, and then they have to recheck in or whatever. But some municipalities do have that requirement. But yeah, I mean, but again, if you have a traveling nurse who's got a 6-month contract with one of the hospitals, she'll be there for 6 months. She'll stay that long. And so, yeah, I mean, and then there's the residency thing in California we've run into. And again, I'm shooting from the hip here. I can't remember if that's the right term. Because after 30 days in California, don't you establish residency or something? Greg?
Yeah, I think California and Florida operate similarly.
Yeah. I believe, and I'm not an attorney, but I believe in New Jersey, there is a 90-day standard that somehow triggers a different category in terms of eviction and things like that. But I guess what my concern is, do we know what Bridgewater standard is? Do we have a maximum stay in a hotel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
May I add some clarity? Most extended stay hotels have that ability for a person to stay at a hotel for a year or more or less. With the Residence Inn and the Wood Spring Suite, it would be the same opportunity. But I would say that we in the industry have a term called ESOC, which is extended stay occupancy, and you see that without any extended stay. People stay for long periods of time in a Hampton Inn.
You could go to the Marriott by the mall and stay for a year.
You could absolutely do that.
So
What's that?
It'd be expensive.
It would be quite expensive. I guess here's kind of where I'm headed. At what point could somebody be at your property, potentially have children with them at the property, right? And then we absorb a responsibility to educate children.
Well, I mean, I don't know how often that would happen, but to Greg's point, you may have that in some of the existing hotels now. I don't know, where somebody's down on their luck or they're staying in one of the other type of hotels. I don't really know. I mean, I don't have the.
We don't have school buses at our other properties. We don't have children. We don't have that issue. That generally doesn't come up.
But it could. I mean,
It could, but again, you're dealing with the permitted use.
Right, and it's not unique to this hotel either. It could happen with any hotel.
So a person and their children could be living at the Marriott by the mall, and then since you have to educate your children in the state of New Jersey, theoretically there could be a school child enrolled.
In theory, yeah, if they established residence there.
I apologize for my ignorance before saying that we don't have something I'm aware of. I just quickly looked into the code. It does include that extended stay facilities for transients staying 5 or more days with an average 7 to 10 days, but not to exceed 89 days. So there is a limitation of basically
Okay.
90.
89, but just to, so okay, so that kind of jives with the 90-day thing with the eviction law.
Definition.
But let me understand, what does that mean? Does that mean I can stay 89 days, I check out for 1 day, and then I come back for another 89 days?
In a technical sense, yes. And from an enforcement standpoint, if there was enforcement on like the things you're talking about, implications to the school system and things like that, that could be something that would be an enforcement issue.
Do you think that 89 days means, okay, I got to move from room 101 to room 102?
I don't think that's the intention. I think it's supposed to be something that's enforced by the hotel at a higher level, knowing that there's a code violation if they don't.
Okay. So let me ask this question: is the operator willing to actively enforce this 89-day rule? Okay. I may have others, so maybe you can move on to another board member.
As an aside, I've traveled a bit and stayed at the hotels, and I've noticed some of the hotels take in people and families being paid for by the township. It's because of the housing issues or what have you. They put them up in hotels. Well, we see that in New York City right now. But I have seen it in some of the hotels I've been at. And I assume they're more than 90 days. I assume they're there for long periods of time.
I don't think it's a huge problem in some of the suburban locations we operate in, but I assume it doesn't go on Bridgewater, I don't know. Yeah, it does happen in some municipalities.
Our corporate policy is not to take money from government officials to house individuals. It hasn't been since the 90s when we worked there and did mainstay suites. It hasn't been since and doesn't exact now.
I heard a question over here.
No, as a comment actually for Mr. Cars, Councilman Cars. Actually, I myself stayed in a hotel with my son for a long period of time because of the assignment. So it is common actually. Many of the international assignee also comes and stay with the children's. Whether it's 89 days or that's not. My question was actually on what is the difference of the room number of rooms on the Wood Spring as well as the residence inns? What was the, do you know, Mr. Silbert, what was the resolution passed for residence inns? So now you are basically talking about 33, 90 plus 26 or something, which is about 125 rooms, right?
We're 122.
Yeah.
127 to 122, so it came down 5 rooms.
Oh, okay. So it's basically almost similar side. Okay, not different. Okay. Other than the residence inn had probably pool. Residence inn had a pool, right?
Yes, a pool, a breakfast area.
Breakfast area.
Expanded employee areas.
Right.
Correct.
Okay. So those are the things are basically eliminated here. It eliminated it and it becomes simpler. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple others. I might bounce back and forth. Are any of the rooms interconnected internally?
I don't think we have adjoining rooms, no.
Okay, because I think it would be important to stipulate that not be the case. Because I think interconnected rooms, while may provide convenience under certain circumstance, I think it could open the door for making a 2-3 bedroom situation here, which I think could lead us down a challenging path. You know, again, I don't know how that impacts your business model.
Um,
I'm going to let Woodspring answer that, of course, but I would say that from when you put together a resolution, it stays with the property for eternity. So if there was ever another user that, for whatever reason, needed adjoining rooms, while it might work for Woodspring Suites, it would be unusual to have special restrictions with that respect on just Woodspring Suites when I don't know the answer to this, but I'm assuming there is no other such conditions on other hotel approvals. I don't know for a fact, but just pointing that out there.
Well, Mr. Peck, do you agree with that?
That we can't, yeah, I would tend to agree. I mean, you can't, I mean, if it's a hotel, it's a hotel. I mean, I don't think you can say, well, if it's a Woodspring hotel, you can't.
No, I'm not concerned about the brand. I'm concerned about the category. And I'm concerned, and again, you know, maybe this is unfounded, but I'm concerned, you know, if this becomes a situation where, you know, oh, you could start stringing 3 rooms together and, you know, the price point is pretty low and, you know, what's that?
Yeah, there's none proposed, or I'll let you testify to that.
I don't believe there are any proposed. I believe, however, that the Residence Inn does have adjoining rooms, or would have had adjoining rooms if they got built. And the Courtyard and the other brands in Marriott's system do have that.
I just didn't want to create a situation where 40 years from now, a new user comes in, say it's whatever it is, say they want to increase the room size, or, you know, I just didn't want there to be something that runs with the land that would somehow jeopardize the marketability of the property 40 years from now. We don't have a crystal ball, but there's no adjoining rooms proposed with this application.
But over time, the property, even under the hands of this ownership group or this management group, could decide that needs have changed. We're going to start doing some internal construction and making some of our rooms interconnected.
Sure, but there's nothing that in your ordinance that would prohibit that. There's, again, I just flow back to the fact that there's no reason that a Woodspring Suites, which is an extended stay hotel, should have a special condition imposed upon it that wouldn't otherwise be imposed on a Residence Inn, and that's really what I.
What I'm saying is maybe it ought to be, you know, on a go forward basis. But I, you know, I guess that's a question of potential ordinance change,
Yeah.
Or not. You mentioned the staffing. I think you said typically a general manager, assistant general manager, an engineer, housekeeper, wear multiple hats. Completely understand that. In overnight conditions, how many, like at 3 a.m, how many of those people are going to typically be on site?
It's 24-hour. Some of these lower end properties I know sometimes don't have a desk after 11. Anyone in there, but we have someone on site for 24 hours.
Okay, so if there is a question, a problem, there is going to be a human there.
Correct.
And if a toilet clogs in the middle of the night, hopefully whether it's the engineer or somebody would be able to handle a circumstance like that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, I'm good for now.
It's fascinating. We learned so much during these hearings, and you know, tonight, for example, we're learning about the hotel industry and the hospitality industry, and I plead completely ignorant on all this stuff, but I did hear a few times the talk about a different customer, that it's for a different customer, and I'm just going to, for a second, kind of go on the outside looking in and take it, you know, from a business perspective. What is the typical consumer that Woodspring Suites is looking for? Who is the target market?
Well, obviously, anybody that wants to stay for an extended period of time, that's the obvious answer. But it's all over the board. Like I was saying earlier, you know, it's the traveling nurses. It's maybe if people are coming in to work on construction projects and they're going to be here for 6 months off and on. Consultants that have these assignments, and Greg and I we've been in this a long time, but we still are learning, I think. it's amazing what you find out about who is staying at your hotel. And it's a huge market. And it's hard to really pinpoint and say, well, this is really what we target. But our salespeople do go out and call on local companies and try to get, their employees who are coming into town to stay with us, just like any other hotel would. But they do drill down and say, well, what kind of company do we really want to target that's going to bring people in here, that's not going to stay just as a corporate guy does for one night or 2 nights, but somebody that's going to stay here for a month, and we can keep that room full. So it's kind of a hard answer, and I didn't give you a real good answer, but it's kind of all over the board with who our customer really is.
How do you avoid the situation where Johnny gets thrown out by his wife and he stays in the Wood Spring Suites and you find him working on his car outside for 30
Well-
days? What's the type of enforcement that's used for something like that?
Well, we wouldn't permit anybody working on their car, but we have seen Johnny get thrown out of the house, and he has come to the Wood Spring before.
I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, that does happen. And when you think about it, if unfortunately that would happen to any of us.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So where do you go? I mean,
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I heard that right. Could or could not be working on their car out in your parking lot?
Not, no.
And is that because we prohibit it or because your policies prohibit it?
Policies prohibit it.
Your policies prohibit. So like an emergency situation where you have to fix something in your car, yes, but someone's changing the oil and detailing a car out in your parking lot, that would violate your policies.
I'm putting all 4 wheels up on the jacks and working on the brakes, that's.
Okay.
But yeah, if you have a busted radiator hose or something, you got to fix the car, obviously, yeah. But you know what I mean, where a car's sitting there for a week and it's on.
But I guess here, again, going back to this whole it rests with the land. So if you have that policy, that makes me feel better. But do all hotels have that policy? I would say maybe not. So what happens 25 years from now where it is no longer, you guys all seem like above board, committed to making this work. And I respect that, and I appreciate your willingness to come into our community. But the same way, we were asked about the 40 years from now, with the connecting rooms, I'm looking at it, well, what happens 25 years from now when, the whole property changes hands? And, it's like, do whatever you want. We have loose rules, what do we do at that point?
I think most hotels are going to be reasonable with somebody if, to your point, it's an emergency. But, if you're working on your car out in the lot for 3 days, that's a different story. And you're going to say, no, you can't do that here. We're going to tow the car. Either you get it off the lot or you're going to tow the car. But
To me, it's a bit beyond the whole working on your car thing. It's, I don't think we can allow ourselves to be sold on you are going to care for this property as though it's your own. Because it sounds like you will. But 25 years from now, maybe somebody else owns it. Maybe somebody else is operating it. Maybe they don't have those same standards. And that's just a concern that I have. I don't know. Maybe it's just an open-ended concern that can't be answered in a forum like this.
Probably say that about every commercial property.
Yes, you can.
And it'd be the operators. It would be the operator's prerogative, and it would be advantageous to the property owner to trespass that individual from their property. Obviously, Wood Spring Suites is trying to deliver a quality product, and just like I would think most businesses in Bridgewater. So.
One other comment I do have, we mentioned interconnecting rooms. I assume that it's going to be a structural modification. You'll have to get permits for the structure, for electrical, the fire inspector. The fire marshal is going to be inspecting that building once a year, and he will notice changes. Those guys have fantastic memories.
Any other questions?
Last one for this segment, I promise, and thank you for your indulgence. So you said, I'm going to come back to this point about Residence Inn being 3 to 4 nights on average. Probably they do have some outliers, but they got an awful lot of people like me. I don't think I've ever stayed at a Residence Inn for more than maybe 2 nights. So that's how you probably come to a 3-4 average. Your typical property, are you averaging 11 largely because you don't have the 1Z, 2Z, 3Z as part of that mix? You know what I'm saying? Because like a Residence Inn, again, I've stayed like one night. It sounds like you would take the reservation and you would satisfy that customer, but the likelihood of coming to a property like yours for 1 or 2 or 3 nights is pretty low.
And it depends the time of year, obviously, the room demand, how full you are, It's like anything else, any other commodity.
Okay, but
Demand, you might not take that one-night stay. You might wait for the 5-night stay.
but wait a minute, because I went on your website today, and you can put in specific dates and specific locations. So I guess based on the property manager's desires, if they want to open it up to low stays during times that you have rooms open, you'll take it.
That's what I was trying to say, yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kirsch. This time I'd like to ask our board professionals if they have any questions for the testimony you just heard.
Just a couple of quick questions. So the Marriott is going from 127 rooms. This property would be 122 rooms. And we heard that there are some amenities that are being taken out of this new model. The pool is going away, the breakfast facility, meeting rooms, I think I heard. But those amenities in and of themselves don't constitute such a large decrease in the size of the building. So are the units themselves, I don't think I heard, are the units themselves shrinking significantly from what the Residence Inn was providing? Is that how the building is being tightened up so much?
Yeah, the smaller rooms is part of the total package of the reduction of the square footage.
And are all the rooms, the typical, in my mind, the typical efficiency type, it's one big room, maybe a little kitchenette, and that's it. There's no 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. They're all just single.
That's right.
Occupancy, if you will. Okay. And we talked a little bit about what the typical clientele might be, where we heard consultants and long-stay nurses and et cetera. But has your company done the market research of Bridgewater and the surrounding area to feel comfortable that this product is viable at this location?
Absolutely. It's one of the strongest market studies we've ever gotten back, actually.
It's one of the, can you repeat?
Strongest markets we've looked at.
Is that right? Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Because you have other locations. I think there's one in South Plainfield, right? There's a couple, over closer to 95.
Linden, if you know where that is.
Yep.
Now, those are not our properties, but they're part of our.
All right. This brand, not your management group.
South Plainfield. There's one up a little bit further up, 95. I can't think of the name of the town.
Can I ask one more question, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Tucker, please.
35 nationally with another 7,500 development probably.
Yeah, my question is actually, now that we will have a 2 hotel probably in sometimes in futures, generally when I go, I travel every week. So when I go to some hotel, there's a 2 or 3 hotel chain there. If the hotel is already booked up, even though I reserve it, then they always say, oh, go to that hotel. You don't have to do anything. You just go there. They will actually, give you a chit, and then you go and stay there without any extra charge or anything else. Are you having in a thought process of basically having a co-sharing with the Spring Hill Suites as well as your hotel, or vice versa? So suppose one of your Spring Hill Suites, obviously that's a different operator, right? And yours is different operator, different company. But generally, when you have a hotel in the same area, so if one hotel is already fully booked up, that hotel owners actually give you the chits. Okay, Mr. Chaudhary, you don't have to worry about it. You just go and we already talked about it. You just go there and take there, and that
we definitely, that's a common practice in the
industry. So you're going to do the same thing probably once the 2 hotel comes in, so that at least people who will not have to go back to somewhere else, since you have got a 2 hotel nearby.
Well, usually that's just a sort of a no-brainer because it's right there and you just go right next door and you have that working relationship.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, earlier in the testimony, you made reference to you need a first domino to trigger potentially the other projects here. So I just want to make sure that I understand that, presuming that you obtain this approval, presuming that you're financing, I mean, I know it's very complicated. It's not, you don't just snap a finger and a hotel shows up. I understand it's a lengthy and complicated process, but do you anticipate, no obligation, but do you reasonably anticipate that that will then trigger the activity necessary to see the Spring Hill built, will see the retail in the front built?
I can't really speak to the retail, but typically retail users do like to see hotels because there's people that will come and spend money. And by the way, we're self-funded. We have a fund we work with. We don't have to get financing. We build them out of cash. But yeah, I think if the first thing that gets going there is going to trigger people say, oh, well, there's something going on over there finally because it's been sitting for a long time. But yeah, I mean, I think if one goes, then maybe the other one goes. I don't know. I don't know the particulars on the Spring Hill, so I can't speak to that. Jeff might be able to. But in the commercial.
Yeah, they may want you to come to the microphone just so everyone can hear.
Just to comment briefly on the commercial out front, they've actually lost some tenants as a result of the, no hotels, right?
Uncertainty.
Yeah. So if that helps to answer your question, we think that once we get a hotel done, the users will come and finish off the front with the commercial.
And then if I'm looking at the interplay between the two potential hotels, they are very different models. But there's a belief that the reasonably near future could see investment in both of those properties.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Was there anything else from our professionals?
I just have a couple of questions. To Mr. Burr's question about has a market analysis been conducted, which you'd answered. When you look at that market analysis, where's the demand coming from? Like, so just out of curiosity, where are the nurses and the military and the people that are in, on construction jobs? Where are they currently now, and where's the demand coming from?
Well, some of it's in existing hotels. I mean, as Greg said earlier, what we call ESOC, extended stay demand. It's that they stay in a Hampton Inn, or they stay in one of your older maybe budget motels, whatever. Wherever they can get someone to say, hey, I can stay here for 30 days, that's where they're staying. So this demand is everywhere, and nationally it's so underserved. And again, I can't answer the question, where's it all coming from? I mean, we're always trying to figure that out, but it's not an easy answer. But it's everywhere. I mean, this extended stay demand, it's everywhere. You just have to find it. And typically, if you build a new box, which obviously is what we want to do, new always sells. And so that pulls a lot of business in your direction.
Okay, thank you. As far as, do you have like target occupancy rates for this type of hotel?
This hotel will typically run anywhere from low 80s to almost 90% occupancy, believe it or not.
Okay, and when you go to build, is there a price range? Is there like a bottom and for a price that you kind of keep as far as the quality of the hotel?
Price from development?
Sorry, price per night.
Oh, from price per night. I would assume in this market, and again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, probably $129 a night, $139.
Yeah, I think our RevPAR here was like $90.
Yeah, so somewhere in that range.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's all I have for these witnesses. Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, you mentioned earlier that Bridgewater was a very strong market choice. What are some of the metrics that are used to classify your term strong? What is it about Bridgewater specifically? What are some of the specific metrics?
Well, I think you have a real diverse economy here. You know, I mean, you have a lot of big companies, and you also have a lot of smaller companies. So you have a good mix of business. The retail is good. The housing's strong. It's just a great community. And the whole general area, this is really the second project I've worked on up here. I worked on another project back in the teens that never got built. It was a Cambria Hotel, which I think eventually got approved as a Home 2 Suites, but it hasn't been built yet. But I remember even back then when maybe the economy was even stronger here prior to COVID. You know, it was kind of a no-brainer. You walk in and and again, some of this is intuitive to me because this is what I've done my whole life. But it's just a good community with a lot of good support services and a lot of job growth and a lot of good companies. And that's kind of the ideal terrain for a hotel product, regardless of what price point you're at.
And sometimes we ask those questions because we figured 15, 20 years ago was a no-brainer. You know, this was a major piece of the pharmaceutical corridor. And you think today it's a vastly different world. So it begs the question, what is it specifically about Bridgewater? Is it mostly corporate, or is there some other element that makes it that attractive to begin?
It's funny, you know, and I've been in the hotel business a long time, but it's kind of a broad brush comment and not specific to extended stay. But when I was first starting in the industry, you know, you went out to look for a site and you were looking 5 million square feet of office. Okay, I want to build here because there's a lot of business here. And back then, the weekends at a hotel, you were empty, and midweek you were full. Well, it hasn't turned midweek, but weekend business at hotels has just skyrocketed in the last 15, 20 years. And it's soccer teams, it's hockey teams, it's traveling sports, it's families. You know, it's this huge demand and there's a lot of that out here too. And this demand is now there, and it was never there 25 years. When I started in the industry, hotel couldn't run 30% on the weekend. Now you can't find one that probably isn't running 80%. So it's kind of interesting.
Any other questions? Any other questions from the board? Okay, at this time I'd like to open up to any members of the public that would like to ask questions based on the testimony just heard.
John Kulak again, Ramsey Street. I heard it as you were describing the brand, the extended stay, and then Catherine, I think you addressed the municipal ordinance in place that protects people from establishing residency at your location. In New Jersey law, and I'd have to defer to Mr. Peck, but states that if you are 90 days in one place consecutively and you list that as your permanent address, then the hotel has to enter into a different agreement with you, which is more of a landlord-tenant agreement than just a hotelier providing hotel services. So as long as we're protected from that, then we have a way to protect the township and the adjacent residents from what could become a less desirable community staying at your hotel. I know you don't want that. Certainly we don't, but we have two well-established, thriving communities right next to this hotel. And the last thing we want to do is expose our residents to a transient population that's trying to establish residence. It's not to say I don't feel for what's the proper term now, unhoused people. We have a number of illegal immigrants in this state that the governor has refused to identify. So we don't know who's going to come to your place with intentions other than staying 20 days, 11 days, and so on. So as long as we can protect the residents and the hoteliers agree to stipulate to have stays less than that period of time, then I think we're in a better place overall. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kulik.
Would you like me to re-enter my name into the record?
If you could, I have it, but please.
Lars Knudsen, Knudson, President of the Board of Trustees of Chelsea Village. I had some questions about the impervious coverage and the lighting and the parking spaces. The notice indicates that you are dropping 3 parking spaces. Do you know where those parking spaces are being lost from?
would these be more appropriately directed, actually? I'm sorry to have to.
That's
like,
fine. I
come again, I think these are more appropriate for the site engineer.
That's fine. That's fine. I want to make sure that that's who I understood was going to be able to answer these questions, and it was represented that the next two witnesses.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Too, and I was like, wait, unless
Yep.
the engineer's coming up, I don't know.
I'll defer those questions. I am concerned, it's 10:45 now. Are we going to have time to get to that?
We're probably going to have to carry, we're approaching the hour.
Yeah.
As long as there's no one else for.
Right.
Will all the witnesses be back for the next phase? Because if that's the case, then I will defer all of our questions until the next hearing.
I would advise, since our witnesses are traveling that spoke tonight from very far locations throughout the United States, that if you can ask any questions
Sure.
of the witnesses, and obviously we'll try to accommodate and have them back.
Yeah, most of my questions are going to be directed to the engineer, so that's fine. I do want to thank Mr. Kirsch, particularly and the board, for raising issues about the market of the new hotel. Thank you very much for raising that. A lot of my questions were answered for that. I'm just looking through my list of my notes and seeing if there's anything that I want to raise with the. I'm going to defer my questions until the engineer.
And if I could just say, based upon Mr. Kulak's questions, if the board and Mr. Peck, if you want to put into the resolution of approval, assuming we receive one at the next hearing, a specific reference to the ordinance that Ms. Sarmad referenced.
I already have that, yeah.
Wonderful.
That in some way or another, that the hotel would enforce the 89-day occupancy
Absolutely.
limit
We're good
pursuant
to
to the
do that.
definition section for extended stay lodging, section 26 days.
Thank you.
There was one other thing that apologies, wanted to raise to the board in particular regarding the notice requirements that were discussed earlier. The notice for this was sent by certified mail, postmarked November 22nd. That notice period included the Thanksgiving holiday, when a lot of us were, when mail was not being delivered, and it made it a little more difficult for us to be able to reach out to our association counsel to get advice on this. I just wanted that to be entered into the record for consideration in case there are any questions about notice. Notice was not sent to members of the association of the Chelsea Village Condo Association who did not immediately adjoin the southern and western boundaries of the property. Even though the property is a condo association, most of that property is held in common by all the residents. So if we want to look at notice going forward, the condo association should definitely have been on notice, and I don't believe we were. But that being said, we're willing to waive those objections if we have adequate opportunity to question and get satisfaction of our concerns on the engineer going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Manso.
Just very quickly respond to that. I'll go through the list and see if the condo association was on it. As under the MLUL, the applicant's only requirements are in accordance with the certified list. But your first comment about the Thanksgiving holiday, this was not a tactic to be underhanded or wait till the last minute to provide notice. The actual background is that the board was potentially entertaining, because of the other applications and the caseload, the possibility, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but either a special meeting to start this hearing at 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. to hear this first, which is why I made that opening remarks at the beginning. So it wasn't to be underhanded. I couldn't provide notice until it was confirmed that it would be at its regular meeting time, which was very close to the holiday. And when you have 200 notices to prepare, it took a long time.
I appreciate that.
Got it. Okay.
Assuming the board's going to carry this for, I'm going to defer any of my other questions to the engineer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is December 17th okay?
December
Let me just
17th?
confirm with
Yes.
my engineer.
Yes, Nancy, I think we should be able to handle it on that date.
We have the triple play.
Okay. Yeah. Pre-holiday, rush.
For
Just for procedure though, because December 17th is our last meeting of the year. Do we have a requirement to adjudicate cases in a calendar year? We do not have that requirement.
It's not like with a governing body
Okay.
adopting an ordinance where.
Okay, so if somehow one or the other case, despite our intention, is not completed that night, we can continue. We might not be able to select the date yet because we don't have the meeting schedule yet.
I ran into that
Okay.
question with another board. But, yeah, no, what would happen if it carries over and you have new board members? They would just have to certify that they listened to the tape or reviewed a transcript.
Well, same as tonight for any who were not here.
Correct.
Okay.
Fortunately, we only are one hearing deep into this application and two into the other. I ran into a situation where we were 20 hearings deep, new board members. That was a major issue, but
We're not going 20 hearings.
I don't think so. Not this application, but Mr. Chairman, at the very beginning of the hearing, you had referenced the Hula House application, which was slated as third on the agenda, and I just wanted to make sure it was clear on the record that there's no new notice required for that application, that it's being carried without new notice to the 17th.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We still have some questions, though, for
Yeah,
the witnesses.
please, any members of the public? Questions pertinent to the testimony just heard, please.
Mitch, stay tuned. Once again, 130 Chelsea Way. The gentleman that was up here speaking before, he mentioned his staff. I didn't hear anything about a licensed security officer on site. Is they going to have someone of that on site at all times?
One moment, I apologize. I didn't know there were additional questions, so we'll answer that.
So you're asking, is there security on site? Typically not, depending on the location. If there was a need for it, certainly, if we had but none of the properties we own or operate, we don't have any full-time security there. But if there was a situation where there was problems, we obviously would deal with it.
This property is unique. Excuse me, haven't drank water in a while. This property is unique in the sense that there's residents very close to your property.
Okay.
Security, to me, would be necessary, being that there's a lot of children in our complex under the age of 11. And security and safety is the utmost importance to us.
Well, would be to us as well, absolutely. I mean, we typically always make friends with law enforcement locally. We try to get them to drive the lot as much as they can, things like that, the basics that you do. And we're big fans of that, but we haven't had any real problems so far, so.
Living here for 25 years, we've had problems in that site.
Really? Yeah. Even being empty?
Empty and full. Yeah. When the hotel was active, there was sites. There was police called in there multiple times when I lived here. So it's just something that I hope the board will consider. I hope you consider that safety, security is the utmost importance for our children.
Absolutely, 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to that point, I think when it was a days in property, there may have been some concern about the state of a fence that may have been there. Maybe there was certain breaks in the fence or deterioration of a fence. And I guess it's my understanding that there is fencing involved here with this property. I think it would just be our desire, to make sure that, not only does the property look as we expect, on opening day when everything looks great, but that there just be that continued commitment.
I'd just like to note that this was an issue back in 2018, and we as the developer agreed to a fence, and it runs that whole backside between the neighboring Chelsea property there.
Okay.
And there are stipulations in the fence. I don't want to tell on myself, but it's a nice fence,
Okay.
and it's a big fence.
With a commitment that any deterioration over time or anything else that might happen would be addressed quickly.
Well, whatever is agreed to has been agreed to. We will honor, as I mentioned earlier.
Yes, so we can make that representation for all of the prior conditions and representations from 2018 that you'll abide by, will carry over.
But just on the point of a fence, and this is true for any residential or commercial case. When somebody builds a fence as a condition, there's a requirement to maintain that over time. It's not just, hey, we built the fence and a storm knocked it over and now we don't have to have a fence anymore, correct? Right, is that correct? I mean, if there's going to be a condition that there be a fence, that means a working fence, not just on opening day, but
We can specify a condition that a fence shall be not only installed, but shall be,
maintained.
in good condition.
Yeah.
For so long as the hotel exists.
Yep, I was going to go through the resolution just to see exactly what it said about the fence, but we could agree to a condition that will maintain the fence as long as it's being used in conjunction with the hotel. If that answers your concern.
It gives me a measure of comfort. Just because, oops, a storm came through. Oh, now we don't have a fence anymore.
Yep. So if that condition's put in there, then I don't know specifically what the ordinance says about upkeep, but the zoning officer, for example, if the fence was not kept in proper and reasonable condition, could issue a zoning violation saying we weren't in accordance with our approval. I assume when the board says you have to put a fence in, it is implied, although perhaps not included in the last resolution, that you expect the fence to be kept and well maintained. So I think that's very reasonable.
Apologies for jumping back in here, but in this regard, we did have a tree fall on the existing fence about a year ago. It was a tree that was damaged during one of the storms that came through about a year ago, and that fence still has not been repaired. And we've tried to reach out to the property owners to try to have this addressed, and it hasn't been.
Mr. O'Brien, the previous resident brings up a.
We'll agree to have it repaired as a condition of approval, and that goes right along with the condition that we just discussed.
Okay.
Good evening, Dan Seeley, 26 Chelsea Way. Dan Seeley, Seeley, 26 Chelsea Way. Thank you, everyone, for burning the midnight oil. I did have one question to jump on to the security. There was no mention, and they might have been in the paperwork, I apologize, of any security or surveillance systems at the site. That would probably go a long way for just security in the building, for the tenants, and the surroundings.
We have 22 cameras, I know, inside and outside the building.
Okay, is that for the whole property or just, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley.
The cameras are on the building.
Yeah, but the whole property is much larger than just this land unit, so it's just, right. Just to clarify your question that you just asked, Mr. Seeley, it's 22 cameras associated with the Woodspring Suites on land unit D.
And our shoots the parking lot.
So is it safe to assume that Woodspring Suites is a fully surveilled establishment? There's how many cameras are we? Is it the parking lot? 22 cameras. Okay. I'm glad that the resident brings that up. Unfortunately, I personally was subjected to a crime in a courtyard years ago, to which my car was completely vandalized and everything was stolen from. So years ago, they did not have that type of surveillance in place. So I'm very fortunate that resident did bring that up, because this is something that's near and dear to me, but also we want to protect our kids in the future as well. So thank you very much. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, that'll close the public portion for these two witnesses. Mr. Silbert, where are we?
So we do have our civil engineer. If the board will hear our civil engineer, we would love to bring him up.
Let's see, it's 11 p.m. How many more witnesses do we have? That's your final witness.
Is he local?
Is he local?
Yeah.
Mr. Folk is local.
Because here's what my concern is. I'd love to adjudicate this tonight, but there'll be some period of time for that testimony. There'll be questions from the audience. There'll be comments from the audience. There'll be deliberation. That and we're all, you know, a little tired here. You know, if as long as he's local, and I guess as long as we're all, particularly the board, and I don't know if maybe we could give one more bite at the apple to the audience, for any of your out-of-towners. Basically, now's the time to ask a question of the out-of-towners. That would be my suggestion. I know, Mr. Chairman, it's ultimately your call, but that seems like, you know, the fair and neighborly thing to do at this late hour.
I do see that the testimony is probably going to take at least another hour. Not the testimony itself, but the
hearing.
The hearing, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it would be wise to postpone or at least carry it to the 17th, but I do agree with Councilman Kirsch. I think the 30 residents that would wish to ask questions now, based on all the testimony heard this evening, I think now is the right time to do
Of anyone who's not going to be here on the 17th.
Right, anyone who's not going to be here, I agree. And with that, I'll open it back up to the public, to anybody that wishes to ask any questions based on all the testimony heard this evening.
The out-of-towners.
The out-of-towners.
I live at 119 Chelsea Way. I guess my question is that I wasn't here part of the original, but I'd like to know about the timing of things, like when does the fence go up? When does the landscaping go up? If they only build the one hotel and they don't build the rest of the site, is all the landscaping going up? Is all of the improvements going up? When is the timing of all this?
Yes, I think before that they can pull a building permit for any component of the site, they have to comply with the conditions of the original approval, and now if this were to get approved, the conditions of this approval. So whatever the resolution says here about what has to be improved before they can start building is what the applicant would have to provide. So, for example, as Mr. Folk will testify to at the next hearing, he's going to talk a lot about the on-site and existing infrastructure that's already been improved on the site in connection with the prior approval. So there is a lot of infrastructure that has to be constructed on the property prior to building, you know,
Before they start doing, so in other words, they only build that component, they don't build the rest of the component, they still have to do all of the landscape infrastructure.
Yeah, I'll defer that to our civil engineer, but I would think that at least as it's related to a specific land unit, if they're developing land unit D, then all of the landscaping would presumably have to be in place on land unit D. I don't know if that would carry forward for one of the other land units.
But to that point, you could have a period of time, it could be months, it could be longer, where this development occurs, and you have a road through other parts of the site that are just simply not improved yet, correct?
Right. Right. It could almost be constructed in phases where first part of the phase might be Spring Hill, and then maybe one of the retail components or pads would follow. So I think that you're looking at most likely a phasing of construction. But I would think for each land unit, the improvements shown on the site plan must be constructed. So you wouldn't have Spring Hill without any of the landscaping shown for that specific land unit installed. It would be
I guess I'm looking at the perimeter. I'm looking at the, Chelsea Way and looking at what buffers there are along Chelsea Way and around the whole perimeter of the site. Really doesn't affect the buildings, but, there is a cost associated with that. I would think that, that we'd like to see it put up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would. It's a good question. Allow me to review the 2018 resolution and just see if there was how it addressed like phasing, and I can get back to it at the next hearing with an answer on that.
Is the resolution online? I can get that online?
It is. You can submit an open public records request for it.
Thank you, Mr. Brzezinski. Okay, Mr. Silbert, it seems we can offer you December 17th. Nancy, we're okay with that date still? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think the three applications that evening, your Hula has no witnesses, and then we have one witness remaining for Chick-fil-A and one witness remaining. So I think it's very doable to complete all three before the new year.
I think so.
And I thank the board very much for indulging me and RI Heritage in allowing the Attertowners to get their testimony in tonight. So thank you very much for staying and accommodating. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And we do apologize for the order, and thank you very much for those that came from far away, and for the residents that came out this evening as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I jumped the gun about Hula House, so if just before, I just want to make sure no one has any issues with the notice. So that was my only concern. I had mentioned it before we, so.
No, it's been carried and publicly carried at numerous meetings since.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry
Yes,
to keep on bringing it up.
Any questions, comments, or concerns from our board? No? Give you all three in one shot.
No. No, but I will simply state it will be important for any of our other board members to listen to the tapes and be eligible because.
Otherwise, all 5 of you better show up.
Right. You know, I expect to be here, but if we need to expand the family, so to speak.
Yeah, no, that's right. Because if one of you guys doesn't show up and someone else doesn't listen to all the tapes. Yeah, so we'll just have to make sure of that beforehand.
Well, I bailed on my kid already tonight, so if something comes up on the 17th and I need to be there, we'll see. But otherwise, yes, it's very important that everybody listens to the tape.
Okay.
Yep. Very good.
Are you ready for a motion to adjourn?
Take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
That's Councilman Kirsch, and I heard Mr. Atkins is a second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for staying so late. All right.
Thank God my wife didn't call the cops.
She didn't call the
on me this
cops.
time.
I heard beeping out there and I said, I'm not sure who that is.